So, because of the new issue that came out on City, made a couple new tunes. And then I just today thought of another one, and instead of live streaming it, I'll make a little video and then I'll post it. And then in the next couple days, I'll do a live stream of some of the leveling up and such with her. Sorry, excuse me. But we'll go through character creation again. And if you know the name you're going to pick, you can type it in. Depends upon how your character creation works, and then you can do the lookup and see if it's available, and then it will reserve it if it is available, so you can take your time. They did the pyrotechnic control with this last update. Issue 28, page 2, I think is what it's called. So I'm going to make a little homage to a Marvel character that way back in the day I thought was pretty cool, but they've kind of made her not so cool, but yeah, whatever. And I think I'm making her a Dominator. I already built her out on Mids, and I'll try to show that at the end. Her loadout, her full scale loadout. I made her a Dominator because instead of a corrupt or controller, because of the secondary power set themed better. Even though she's going to be a hero, and Dominators used to just be villains, but now it doesn't really matter because when they did the Going Rogue expansion back when City was live, you could cross faction. So yeah, we're going to do the new pyrotechnic control and pick, I believe, let me pull up on my secondary screen. Yeah, Sparkling Cage and Shriek will be the first two powers. So Sparkling Cage, and the secondary is Sonic Assault and Shriek. Points, if you might keep her tall just to be, you know, a little thin waist, but not super thin. Maybe shorten her a little in the leg department and make sure look about 5. Height, shorten the leg proportion is just a smidge, so she's not like super lanky. There we go. And I always go bare just to flip everything. Oh man, now I gotta go look at a picture of her online just because. Yeah. Shoot, I'll do it here. Image. Where's the classic image of her? There's the classic cover from back in the day. Can't do the face makeup, I'm sure, but I might be able to actually using the mask stuff. Not exactly. Yeah, she's got a lot of hair. Reddish blonde. Hair. Let's just start at the top. turn her a little bit so we can see how long it is in the back. Because it's got to be long. Because she had waist length nearly. A little more orange maybe. Yeah, that might work. Okay. Oh, that was, what was that one? Long 2. And, oh, glam. That's perfect. I forgot glam. Glam fits too in a way, so alright. So, yeah, that's pretty good. Picture of her too. Oh, coolio. Alright, so details. Definitely have to give her some okay, nothing there. Didn't think I'd find anything. Probably have to, like I say, try to do something with the mask stuff. Yep, okay. Oh, that's on her head too, so we'll just leave it average. Let's go super. It's probably in supernatural with the eyes. Yeah. There we go. And let's do it this way so I can cycle. Could probably just do goth. Or the diamonds maybe. Oh, God, I hate when it does that. It's not quite, but I might have to go with just the goth makeup. Oh, hang on. Pointed mask. Yeah, but it doesn't really meet. She's got like kind of wing things on her eyes, but they don't meet at the nose bridge. Like if there was star-eyed. Oh. They're not truly stars, but that might work. I might go with the stars. Or the triangles. See, that would be good if they didn't meet on the bridge. And there, it's kind of blue. do that, and if I can change it later and whatnot. Alright. Oh boy. Sleeveless jackets. Yeah, it just doesn't quite do it. I thought maybe. That's chest. I need jacket. White. Yeah, it's kind of textured. Man. Either bolero. Without the shoulders, maybe. Elegant wing, imperial. Shoulder detail, imperial. It's just got this and that. I can't get rid of that. Man, that sucks. Okay. Unique top, yeah. Let's just go to tight and see. We might. Oh, nah, that wouldn't work. I just have to do it with without the collar. That one? Savage. I could do savage. You almost can't see the scallops. Do Savage on the top, although strapless, I like that. What about just deep V? She's not supposed to have sleeves. It's not V'd enough for the... Could do. Yeah, I might do that. I could just do hooked gloves. Look at the LeBeau gloves. Probably just under the other one. Yep. Probably all the way at the bottom here. Yeah, that even kind of works because she's got some bracelets on. Make them white. And yeah. That's not bad. Not bad. Okay. No belt. Well, let's look at bottomless skins. Let's look at LeBeau and see. Oh, it's just a bikini. Yeah, that doesn't work. We need... Let's make it white too so we can see it. Let's go regular bottoms. Oh, let's go white, white, tights, sleek. Man, if nothing matches up, I'm gonna have to go back and just put the LeBeau bottoms on. Okay, they don't have roller skates. Of course, she's gonna be a flyer anyway, but yeah, and yeah, I'll just put the regular one on. It'll mesh up nice, and then I can put the long boots, thigh highs. White. And just to see. Nope. She's gotta have a funky aura though. We'll do what kind of a... There we go. Battle Fury, Beastly Rage, Binary, Bioplasm, Butterflies, no. That'll work. Body, yeah. Alright. Darker blue, crossed all, and the darker purple. Let's go with the purple there, and let's go with the blue there and see how. Oh yeah, that'll work. Sonic Assault. Why is there two? Oh, attack and assault. Okay, let's try the attack first. Shriek. Oh yeah, that'll work. Alright. So, that's pretty much character creation. You can... If you got a bio already, you can do it. Battle Cry, you can put that into. Everything's good. You can do don't need that. And it'll ask you if you want to play the tutorial. I recommend the tutorial. And she is going to be a hero, so we'll go do Outbreak. And check. That should be it. Now, you get to reconfigure your HUD if you do so desire. And I have a very particular HUD. It's very customizable, so do with it as you will. Doink. And there. I used my number 4 tray for toggles. Usually move domination to the end. And there we go. And then the first thing I do is go over to the start vendor and get a few things. And then I configure my screen for that too. Oh, I also open map. And I disconnect it because I always leave it open. And my mission, disconnect it. And I put it over here. Grab all of these. I usually only use a couple of them, and they should be right in your thing there, in your enhancement tray. Oh shoot, I wasn't done yet. So those were those prestige enhancements. Then under prestige powers, attacks, I usually garner this one just in case I need it, and that one just in case I need it because they're free. And then the Nemesis Staff or Black Wand, depending upon your um, origin, it does extra damage when you use it. If you're the right origin. She is a mutant. So this one is tech, science, or natural. So I don't want the Nemesis Staff because I'm a mutant. I want the Black Wand origin bonus, which is mutant, natural, and magic. So claim. And then that's all of those that you get. Buff Pet. I don't really use this anymore, but I will just claim a Blue Wisp. That's a shield. Hardly use them at all anymore, but you know, travel. Some people grab the jump packs. I don't do that anymore either because you get your travel power at level 4 now. I grabbed the prestige sprints just in case I don't like to use those, but she's gonna get fly, so it didn't really matter. Yep. And utility. I'll buy reveal as soon as I get some moolah, but I pull inner inspiration, and I'll just tell you why in a moment. And the rest is all good for right now. Once we get to Atlas Park, I'll get the experience bonus stuff. But yeah, I'll go and manage, and I'll put that in Shriek, Psionic, and I'll turn that off. You don't have to, but I've been doing this for a long time. I would keep that on for a little while until you get comfortable with slotting. Yeah. Do I have energy? Yep. Put that there, and I'll probably not use the knockdown, and I might use the smashing, and I might use the lethal. Usually I don't use the knockdown, but yeah, that's fine. So those are slotted. And then I'll go in my powers. And when you bought these, even though they were free, I just removed them from my tray. And then I put the axe here. Well, I'll put it up here. Sands of Moo here. And Black Wand there. You can put them wherever you want. I'll put that guy there for right now. And then where did it go? Inner inspiration, there we go. And I will pop that so it goes on its cooldown. And then I will go into the auction house. I will reposition my window to where I like it. And I will throw these on there because you're about to get a couple other big ones here in about 5 or 10 minutes or so. So now we're done with her. So now you talk to Officer Flint and get your mission. The little floating arrow is like the exclamation point in a lot of games. That's your contact who gives you your missions. Tells you what you need to do and where to go. Explains some of the HUD here. This is the nav bar. When you take a mission, it will pop it up here. It'll also pop it over here if you open this up with your mission table or mission list. And then the little star point up there is where you need to go. Get lined up with it to tell you how far it is away. If it's not in front of you, then you just swivel around. I am pushing on my left mouse button to do look like that, and then it'll tell you how far away it is. It's also up here on the map. You can zoom in. I usually zoom in on my map. There is Fog of War. That reveal power will lift the fog. But it's 10,000 influence, and right now you have nothing. It also tells you in the general text of what you're doing. Kind of a blood sample was placed in your clue bag. clues. Tells you all about those that you get. Your mission's over here, your map's over there, your contact is right there, and that was him. That's who you talk to, and it has a bar. We're not going to really get much of a fill with this guy because it's just the tutorial, but you can tell how many missions you, well, not exactly how many, but you can tell if you've taken a lot, if you start here and it just creeps up, and then eventually it could get full, and then he might be a kindred or friend or whatever. Tips are for other stuff. I think once you hit level 10 you can get tips, maybe. Man, it's been, yeah, I don't know, you get them eventually, but you go over. I'm going to put my athletic run, which is a power that you get. You can change that at the start vendor to a ninja or a beast run, depending upon your character theme. You might want to change it. The beast run, you kind of get down on all fours and kind of run around like a human on all fours in that kind of weird funky gait that's really bad on your knees. In the ninja run, you get the classic kind of anime stealth downs, you know, bent knee, and yeah, total anime run. It's pretty funny. But yeah, to show you your point. So it'll tell you deliver the serum to Dr. Miller. That's Dr. Miller. And then it tells you some other stuff that you need to read the terminal, which is just right there. And if you want to swivel over it, you can, or you can strafe. You can change all of that fun stuff in your options. Right here, lots of information, lots of stuff to change and whatnot in general. Controls, you know, you can invert your mouse, click to move, all kinds of fun stuff. Key mapping. Here's like if you want your strafe to be like the QE key. I used to like it that way. Now I'm kind of used to it not being that way because I used to switch it all the time, and then I stopped playing for a long time, and now I'm just used to it. But you can switch those around for turning, because this, your Q and E key turns you just like the mouse look. I'm just so used to doing it with the mouse. And I used to like the strafe on the Q and E key. But yeah, then there's secondary ones. I mean, there's auto run, follow, jump, which is a space bar. And I've got the little boost from the athletic run, so I jump a little higher. Backwards is S. So yeah. View, mouse look on demand, that's the right mouse button, as I said. You know, there's all kinds of controls, chat, powers. You can change your, you know, you can just, go hog wild. The only other thing I like to do, and all your graphic settings and whatnot, you can, swap a lot of stuff around. One thing I like to do, you can change your UI stuff here, like the scale, the border. It's at 20% right now, but maybe we can make it kind of purpley for her since she's got that purple thing on. Maybe I'll do that, and that'll be cool. But the other thing I like to do is change my chat. People see this, I believe, or if they don't, at least it looks cool to you. So you can change the text. I will change her text blue. Oops. Blue, which goes that way. There we go. And I will change the background. Maybe not quite that crazy. There we go. A little more subtle. There we go. Apply now. I guess it keeps blinking. I thought it quit once you hit it. But now when she types, like say you do local or say, Let's pull this over so you can see a little bit better. Local, broadcast, team, league, supergroup, friends, auction, help. It's looking for group, general, yeah. So local. Oh, hello. And now it comes up like that. So yeah, that's the way I like it. So read the terminal link, and it gives you some information about the game. If you die in battle, you got a med porter because there's no death sensitive heroes, and you come back to the hospital revivified and ready to get back to it. Another new player. Oh, and I am on Reunion. It is the European server. I like it because it's low pop. Not that there's not like WoW where you have a lot of stuff for mobs and whatnot. People, you know, because a lot of stuff is instanced in here. So yeah. So now he sent you to Officer Parks, which is down here. I wish your hair was more fluffy. I might have to go check and see if there's a different, more fluffy hair, but it's fine. Talk to Officer Parks, ask about available mission. He tells you about some stuff, how your powers are right here. You can see where they are and how you can put them in the thing. In the trays and whatnot. So you talk to Professor Hoffman and Lieutenant McCready, and he tells you how to slot, and then he's going to tell you how to con. Oh, Hoffman first. Sorry, my bad. I'm not close enough. Oh, that's the assistant. There we go. Oh, jumped the gun. So yeah, considering a target or con your target, and it's pretty bog standard MMO stuff. Green names are weaker, blue names are a little weaker, white names are equal, yellow names are a little stronger, orange names are a lot stronger, 2 levels higher, red names are 3 levels, purple names are vastly superior, and lieutenants and bosses and minions. Our minions, lieutenants, and bosses are a little higher. There's also pets and some other one that's a little lower. Can't remember what it is now. And then there's elite bosses and arch villains or heroes, depending upon which side you're on, blue or red. Blue side being the hero side, red side being the villain side, then there is the gold side for the Praetorians. But yeah, heroes at the villain side are the peak, arch villains are the peak if you're on the hero side, the hardest mobs, enemies to crack. And then of course it's just like tab target. Anything that can be targeted you can tab, or you can click on it with your mouse pointer. It's just what he's getting ready to tell you here. Target your enemy, attack by clicking on them with the left mouse or tab key to cycle through targeted enemies. Then once you have your enemy targeted, then you do your attack. And there you go. See, I missed him because he's vastly superior. Yep. So, once you do that, then you come back over here and talk to Officer Parks. Consider target. You want to head down to the containment area and take out 2 contaminated thugs. And again, this one doesn't have kind of a pointer thing, but they are over here inside the gate, so they can't, well, if they try to get out, there you can target one. One locks him down, and then I got a range. Well, both of my things are ranged, so yep. I don't even have to use any of the other stuff. And then I didn't explain that. Health, endurance, stamina. You know, endurance, this is every time you use a power or you have a toggle running, it slowly chips away at that. That's why it's going down, because I have the toggle of the athletic run going. And then some archetypes, classes. Classes is really, you know, it depends upon what you consider a class, how you quantify that statement, because a dominator is kind of a ranged damage dealer, but also a control, crowd control, support character, you know, so they're not pure DPS like a blaster is in this game. So there's the archetype in the game is either alphabetically, it starts with blaster, and then brute, which is kind of like a tank, but the tank in the game, its primary is armor, and then it has a damaging power as its secondary, whereas brutes do a little more damage, so their primary is a damage, melee damage, and their secondary is an armor, but their armor is better than a scrapper. Scrappers are true melee DPS. They do damage with a little bit of defense, whereas the brute does damage with a lot of defense. They can actually tank, especially when they're fully built out and slotted correctly, and all that's good stuff. So there's man, how many archetypes are there? Shoot, Christmas. Oh, I have to save that and then start with a new one, and then I can see, oh, cancel, new. So they are blaster, and these are in, not in pure alphabetical order. These are in hero, and then villain, and then the extras at the end of the hero and at the end of the villains. The veteran archetypes, as they were called. But blaster, controller, defender, that's usually a healer, but they also do some debuffing, buffing, and some crowd control. Scrapper, melee, DPS, tanker, and then the Peacebringer and Warshade are a special hybrid character for the hero side. And then Sentinel is a new one that Homecoming made, that's kind of a, back in the day, some blasters used to try to make a hybrid called a blanker, which was a blaster tank, so they'd have a little more survivability if you wanted to try to solo stuff. So the Homecoming devs made the Sentinel, which is really cool. It's a fun little class. So then on the old villain side, you used to have brutes, which was the villain tank, but not a pure tank like the tank is. Stalkers, which are hidden, roguish, like if you run like a WoW kind of thing, they can go hidden and do an assassin strike that does a lot of damage when they come out of hide with their first hit, and so on and so forth. The mastermind, which is a pure pet class, The controllers can have some pets, but very minimal. But the mastermind really relies on his pets, and you have as many as 6 normal ones, and a couple of the build outs of them, the different primary and secondary, can add a couple other ones to your pet capability. But they're usually only out for 2 or 3 minutes, and then they'll despawn, and then you have to respawn them, but that can change. The Dominator, which is what I've got in front of me right now, and the Corruptor, they were kind of, the Dominator is like a controller, but not exactly, and the Corruptor was like a blaster, but not exactly. Because one of them, I think it was the Dominator, can also be a little bit like a defender. They didn't make as many ATs on the villain side, because they kind of made them really weird. And then the veteran ones are called the Arachnos Widow and the Arachnos Soldier. And those are members of the Arachnos villain group and their powers and whatnot. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. Let me find Zazzler. She's all the way at the end. And get her back up here on my build out. So we go to Officer Parks, and then he just tells you about. I thought I jumped the gun and didn't show that back at the beginning, but now he tells you about your hit points and endurance. And then be introduced to new contact. He's going to have you go down the street and talk to Sergeant Hicks. If you go talk about what else is going on, he has nothing for you, and yeah, you just need to go down to your little point on the map and use the nav bar to navigate down there. Yay, jump. And there's Sergeant Hicks. Left click. Now he's going to explain about the inspirations, and the inspirations, you can close it. It's good to have it open so you can see what there are. And then tells you a little more about it, and then click to receive some inspirations, and it says defeat 4 thugs using inspirations. That is not necessary. You have to defeat 4 thugs, but I'm going to put them in the auction house storage, because I will get a little influence eventually as soon as we get out of this place. And then I will sell these for a decent amount and be able to buy my reveal power, which is very handy in missions. But you don't use it all the time, but most all the time I use it in missions. So then, same place, over here to the west is the containment area, and sometimes it doesn't target the closest one. You can have it do that, but it's also a little funky, so yeah, be prepared. If you tell it to target the closest one, you might not like the results. So there's 2 down and 2 to go. See, now this black wand is also a range thing, and then that's why you get, because it's free. And like, if you're non-ranged but you want to pull somebody so you don't bring the whole bunch of people to you, it's nice to have a ranged attack. But most all 80% of the build out that, as I see, is maybe 70 is ranged. So click back on our quest giver here, and then he'll explain about enhancements, which I will explain in a minute. He says go over here and you'll pick up some enhancements, and you hit OK. And I already kind of showed that when I picked up these other things, but he gives you another one. And then I don't use these anymore. I just usually throw them away. Like that. Yeah, because I already slotted these, and I don't have any slots left, and those will go red, which means they aren't any good anymore, in a level or two. So, yep. Then you go back to Sergeant Hicks to turn it in, and then now be introduced to a new contact. And if you do talk about what else is going on, you should go see Coyote, ask about this contact, gives you information, and you leave. So, there's Coyote. And sure. And there he is. So, go down. Now, there is a badge here. If you go kill 100 of the infected, but if you want to do that, finish the mission and everything, but then don't leave yet, because you'll get to level 2 and you can kill them a lot faster, because you got to kill 100. And disconnect. I got a bunch of badges because a few of the badges are cross all your characters. Ow, man, that hurt my arm. Crap. Oh, stupid shoulder. So there's a couple different headings for that. Yeah, somebody driving like a maniac. And then all the different headings closest to completion, and so on and so forth. Exploration, defeats is the one we want. It hasn't started it yet. It's kind of weird. It doesn't start the count, even though we just killed 6 of those guys, until this mission is over, I think. So, click on Coyote, however you pronounce it, depending upon what part of the country you're from. Available mission. He'll give you the info on the mission. Explain about some stuff on how you can exit the mission without going all the way back through the map and going out the door. You can just hit the exit button and then he'll populate it on the map. So this one is not within range. It's way over there. But again, you can get position and then just head that way. Oh, we spawn our little blue wisp pet just so we can see it. It almost matches with her kind of theme anyway. So there's a couple different ones. If you have a particular like theme. Oh, get to the door, click on the door, and you'll go in. Almost everything, about 80-85% are instanced missions. They are called door missions, is what we colloquially call them in the game. The other ones that are out in the world are street sweepers, where it'll say kill so many, like it did for the contaminated infected guys out in the thing. Kill this, kill 4, kill 5, kill 10, kill 20, kill 30 even. And you find them on the map. What I recommend is to get the Vidiot map overlay off the mod site. That makes it easy to install. You don't have to put it in any folders or whatnot. That's all on the forums, the Homecoming forums. Makes it real easy. There's not a whole lot of mods or add-ons to add to the game, but that one makes it nice, and we'll see that when we get to Atlas Park. I'll show you that. But yeah, then every time you enter a mission, it does a little blurb. Some of it's flavor text, some of it tells you kind of what to do. Most of it's flavor text from here on out. Find formula, defeat all thugs, rescue Flower Knight. Again, consider calling the guy. I'm gonna lock him down, shoot him, and I'm gonna pick the other one, and I'm gonna lock him down and shoot him with my shriek, and then I'm gonna lock him down, and he'll probably fall down. There we go. He is subdued. There's the other ones. And some enemies have range. Some are melee. Some are a combination. So yeah, you just gotta figure it out. And once you get close to your objective person, then they'll usually recognize you with a text bubble, and it'll also be most of the time in your chat window. There are different tabs in the chat window, and you can customize those and add to the tabs by going to tabs and edit tab, add tab, blah blah blah. Lots of stuff. You can, I change my chat window a little bit. I usually have global, help, and combat. Global and combat, I added the help. And then I usually have an event tab that I can add here. I haven't done it because this is a brand new character. And again, then there's all these different headings. Once you're out in the world, local, broadcast, team, league, supergroup, blah 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 blah. So if you get on a team, you can just type in team chat, and then all your teammates will see it, even if they're in a different zone, a different map. And then league is like a raid, which is a team can be 8 members, and a league can be 6 teams of 8. There's a few things that require minimum of 3 teams, a 3-team league, and there are some things that require a full league, unless you're super buffed at level 50 and you got a bunch of stuff like the mothership raid. Done it with it might have been just a full team of 3 basically, but there were probably 6 or 8 teams, but they weren't full 8-member teams. Usually the league leader will make teams even. So if there's 40 people, he'll divide that up into, an equal amount of people on each team. So yeah, that's up to the league leader. But yeah, there's some of the task forces require leagues almost, and some task forces you can get away with just a 5-man team or an 8-man team. But there's some that you need 2 or 3 teams, so you got to form a league. Some of the higher end stuff, if you really want to do it, and whatnot. Oh, I got my inspiration thing again, so I'll pop that because I've been talking a lot. So she will follow us. We have to find the formula and defeat all the thugs in the building. And I think I knew that there was one of the stairs because I saw his feet. She will help you if they get close enough, but she's not really close enough and doesn't see them. Her perception isn't the greatest. So yeah, she didn't do anything there. Now, you might hear that little glowy or that sound effect. That is the formula. And now you can't hardly hear it. It's kind of like a locating beacon. Oh, yeah, we had some ambush come from the back. That's the sand move. It's a melee damage, cone effect damage too, and number 3 is a little thing. That's the mutagen. Usually each origin has a little short-ranged attack, and then you have brawl, which is just a basic hit. And now you also see this is the glowy. If you click on it, it will be on your map and your nav bar, so you know it's up somewhere up there. And there it is. And see, I'm not looking at it, but I'm kind of close, so it's real quiet. And now I modded the sound just so it's a little different than what it used to be. Again, using the modder software that you can get on the forums. It just makes it easier. You don't have to go into files and delete and mod and add stuff. It's kind of like CurseForge in a way, but way better because it's just run by the good people that love this game so much. Oh, shoot. I already did it. Well, he's going to go down, and that might be the last one. Yep, and get your level. Yeah, see, there's nothing down here. Now the map's clear. And see, now you get the exit. You don't have to run all the way back to the exit or the entrance. You just hit exit, and then boop. Poops you out. Out the door where you're at. And now it says return to contact. And you can find him right there if you want it on your nav bar or if you remember where it's at. When you play this enough, it can be the mission, Coyote's mission can spawn in almost any of these doors. I've had it right here real close, and then I've had it way over here in the corner. So now let's look at that badge counter. See, now we got the count. 18 contaminated to get the badge. That's the isolator badge. That if I had the fog cleared, you can kind of see these circles. That's in the red area. That's where the bad guys are that you have to defeat to get this badge. But you can come back to this mission using the pillar of ice and fire, and either pillar of fire and ice or whatever it is that is in Ouroboros, or you can get one in your supergroup base, and I'll show you that in a moment after we get out of here, because I'll go add her to my supergroup. So doink, fantastic, blah blah blah, tells you a bunch of stuff, tells you how you leveled up, and you go need to talk to Ms. Liberty in Atlas Park. She's a trainer, and boom, you get teleported. So now we're in a full first zone of Paragon City. That is oh, they added role playing to it finally. Pick what you want. You're a helper, you need help, or you're role playing. And then it also gives you your first contact as soon as you get in the zone, and it's usually on your nav bar. Let's make this real big so you guys can see it. So again, this is the zone that is called Atlas Park, and then there's various points of interest that you can click on, and it shows you on the nav bar where it's at. Our guy was Prince Kiris Nandalut, and he's our contact in Paragon City Hall. But we have to talk to Ms. Liberty first to level up. But you can see this one isn't fogged as bad as the other one, but it's still kind of fogged. But you might be able to see some stuff. Like these are neighborhoods, and they're outlined. And within that neighborhood, now we'll zoom in a little more so you can read it. There are Hellions, level 1 through 6, Clockwork, level 3 through 6, Skulls, level 3 through 4, and Violating, level 1 through 3. There's also a history plaque. This is a exploration badge, but it is not there anymore. They haven't updated the map all the way because this is not Architect Entertainment anymore. It's Fort Trident. So that one's not there anymore. There's a signature story arc contact. There is a merit vendor, and this is Wentworth's consignment. That's the auction house. You can just get the auction house by doing /AH anywhere. You don't have to go to the auction house anymore. Some people do for role playing or just because they like to. There's also a day job there. That is this diamond shaped red thing. And this, all of this extra stuff, except for some of the points of interest, are usually not on the map. But I have a mod or an add-on, whatever you want to call it, that puts all this stuff on here. And it's called Vidiot Maps. And they, again, it's easier to get it and put it on your computer if you just use the modding tool that you can get. I think it's on GitHub, but the link for it is on the Homecoming forums under probably mods and stuff. I mean, I can find it really fast because I've got I've got the forums open, so I can suggestions, feedback, website suggestions, general tools. Okay, so on the forums page, it goes forums at the top, announcements and information, help and support, development and testing, City of Heroes. And under the City of Heroes, there's general discussions, tools, utilities, and downloads is the second section, and that's where it's at. Mids Reborn, you can also find that there at the end of this little video. I'll have that on there. I'll have to log out and then stuff. Oh, somebody said they dropped an Oro portal. Oh shoot, I don't see it. Must have missed it. I didn't notice it in time. That's fine. I'll get it eventually from somebody. But that gives this overlay on every map in the zone or in the world. And so down options. Oh, there it is. So this is the zone, which is Atlas Park. If you go city, this is all of Paragon City, and these are the various maps. When you mouse over them, you see them. We are right here, the green one, Atlas Park. Back in the day, the trains were like the yellow line, the green line, the red line. They changed that now. They all go to everything. Used to, you had to go to particular ones. And a couple of the zones had multiple train stations like Skyway and Steel Canyon, and they still do, but one of them was one line and one was another, so you could get to different places. The train doesn't take you to all of them because the hazard zones, these ones with the cross hatches, are connected by a gate because of the war walls. See these shimmery things? That keeps the Hamadon out. Lots of lore, lots of stuff, it's crazy. Striga. And this is the hero side. Striga is now a co-op zone. It used to be not a pure hazard zone, and you got to it by the smuggler submarine or the ferry. Just like you get to Prairigan Island the same way, and that's why there's nothing connecting it. And it should have a little border around it, because otherwise, if you don't mouse over it, you don't know about it until you get there. Like Terra Volta is a hazard zone in the south end of Independence Port. There's a big door, you go in, that's where the nuclear reactor is that powers our fair city of Paragon City. But there's also options, and you can click on some, and some I don't have clicked on, so yeah, it's all good. But yeah, with the fog, you can lift the fog of war, and then you can see everything. But I don't like to do that, because then I can't tell where I haven't been on some of these maps. So if you've got all the little doodads on it to show you, but then, like say, around the edge, if you've got the overlay, it tells you what plaques there are and what history plaques or history badges they're for. So there's 7 here in Atlas, and one of them is for pupil, 2 of them are for the student, one of them is for expert, one an intellectual, digger, and alumnus. And again, that's under badges and history. And I won't have anything because I haven't clicked on anything. Then there's day jobs. That's these little red diamonds. The history plaques come in 2 different flavors. The 3-dimensional cube is a plinth, or a mounted tablet that's freestanding on the ground that you click on. We'll go see this one right quick. Let's go see that one right quick. And you can thumbtack, and now it shows you right where that's at. Here, let me turn the map off just for a second. So there's exploration. We'll catch 2 exploration badges on the way back too. So see this block here? Some of them are pedestal, and some of them are a plinth like this. So you click on it, it gives you some information, and then you hit OK. Now it's going to say, oh, I have 1 of 5. Learn the history of Atlas. So we'll go back to the map, and that was number, we can turn the thumbtack off now, right click on it. That was number 1. So that's pupil. So if I get these other 4, this will give me the pupil badge. Now, you can also, when you're looking around like that, if you want to recenter on yourself, you just move a smidge and it'll show you where you're at. So here's number 3. This is the base portal, and I know exactly where this is at. Or again, you can thumbtack it, and it's right there. But this isn't my first rodeo. It's really close. There's good old Henry Wong, and now you can see you found an exploration badge, and I think it gave you a tip, which, oh, it might not have yet. It might do that on the second one. Okay. So, and sometimes you can't see the little badge that's on the ground. They've tried to bring most of them out, but a few of them have sunken. So, but that's what the exploration badges look like. And they're not just always on the ground. Sometimes they're up on top of a building, like that one, number 6. Number 4 is inside. Number 7 is inside. And number 5 is on top of the globe on the Atlas statue. So, and then here we can go the exploration, and this is called the Hero Corps Insider. Now, you see this clear badge title, and if I click on that, now that has set my secondary title as Hero Corps Insider. Any of these, you can click on it, and it will change it. VIP is now selected as a new title. You know, I'll pick mine as early bird for right now because it's just kind of funny. Alright. Once you hit level 15, you can get a standard title, and when you see your name, let's go to option, or when people see your name, because you can see other people's names and titles in the game, but you can also turn it on so you can see it yourself. If I can remember where that's at. Chat. Player name, there it is. Show always. Show on mouse over. Oh, that's other players. So show always. So personal player name for myself is hidden. If I click on it, there it is. And as you can see, early bird is now part of that. At level 15, and then I think 20 or 25, you get a primary and secondary. And this is a tertiary kind of title. So you can get some other little name, and you can have the something. And then, again, like I say, you can have a secondary one at another level. Some people put both. Some people just put one. One or the other. And then you can have a little interesting title. There's a list of them they give you. They give it to you at the trainers, which we got to go train because we are there. So I'll just put this back. Don't need to apply. The this is the base portal. I'm not a member of a supergroup yet because I haven't invited myself to my supergroup, which I will do here in a little bit. Have to get on another character, but contacts. There's the start vendor. So now, because now that I'm ready for it, because I'm going to start doing stuff, I'm going to go to temporary powers and under buffs. And I do it this way because I have a ton of characters. Well, not a ton, but 113. So I have a rich uncle, my farmer, well, actually an aunt, because it's a female character, but yeah, I had a rich uncle, but I decided to make a full-blown farmer, and I actually had the character already made. I found out that the archetype power set that I used was one. I already had one built, so she was really low level, so I just respec'd her and redid some powers and stuff to follow the plan, and yeah, I use her as my farmer, and I make about 30 million in about 40 minutes, as you've seen from some of my other stuff. There's another player. If you don't want to look like you're not looking at him, you can do like that. Oh, Solmac. I wonder if he's on my friends list. Nope. Backspace, and it sends a tell. But so these are experience boosters. They're good for an hour. You can get 8 of them, so 8 hours worth. The caveat here is that they reduce your influence income. So since I have the rich aunt that gives me all the money I need, so you can get as little as 25%, So that cuts 25% out of the influence gain. You can do 50% boost, which cuts 50% out of your influence gain. Or you can do a double XP boost, which is 100% boost, but you get no influence. Since I have the rich relatives, there we go. Alright. I go full blown. So let's go level up. So the trainers are marked, oh, I turned my map off, as red, green, little people icons, kind of hard to see. That they're little people on there, but that's what they are. These are stores with the dollar signs, like I was at the vendor. This one you can sell other vendor trash at or whatnot. But yeah, you click on the trainer, and all of these on the hero side are heroes. The trainers on the villain side are arbiters, and you train up the next level. They tell you what you got. You get a new power. Also, since you're level 2 and this is a low, you're just getting initiated in. You also get fitness and rest. Fitness makes you jump higher, recover quicker. Rest lets you heal yourself, and blah blah blah. So, train up the next level. Now you get to the thing of the character creation with the choose a new powers. All the powers are not available right away. They're behind level doors. So, but when we hit level 2, now we have Dazzle, Sparkling Chain, and Strident Echo. Since I already did my mids, I am taking Dazzle as my second level power. So you take it, and then you hit finish if you're sure that's what you want. Doink. And now you got it. And you got all the other stuff, all the other little perks that she was talking about, the rest and some of the stuff is inherent, and they gave you this rocket pack as well, or gave me the rocket pack. Now I'm gonna move a couple things around here. Whoops. There we go. I want mutage in there. There, alright. That's better. And walk, which is an RP thing, and then rest, which I'll move up here. So rest, we colloquially call that taking a knee. You can see there's a badge right there. It's not on the map. This is a different one. Now I've received a tip because it's my second one. So with those, the tip will now be under your contacts and tips, and a visitor's guide to Alice Park. And if you investigate it, it will give you the location of another badge. I usually don't do them, but I just wanted to show you guys because I have the overlay, so I just know where all the badges are at, because I can find them. So yeah. But you also get the tipped off badge when you get the tip, but you don't have to take the tip. You just get that first badge with the first tip you get. So yeah, we can go back to actives, and then it just will direct you, and you probably get a little bit of influence for that. We can go down there and grab it. Although this one is inside the Vanguard depot, I know it, and this one's one of the few that is inside stuff. And we're gonna jump by some bad guys, and they shot at us, so we take a little damage. But it's directing you to this door. You go inside. The Vanguard guy's gonna talk to you. Don't worry about it. We're too low level to do stuff in the Vanguard zone of Richting War Zone, and there's the badge right there. I knew where it was at. I didn't have the map open. I don't know if you'll, yeah, it'll put you kind of on it. But yeah. And then that one was the observant, and then you earned the tourist badge. And then you received another tip. Tourist was for getting 10 badges. And now, I'm not going to take this one because I don't need it. But I might as well. I'll just show it again. So it'll look for any local point of interest in Atlas Park, City Hall. So that one's in City Hall. We're going to go in there anyway. So, yep, it's cool. I don't think you get any experience for that. Nope. So, Mac. That name rings a bell. Let's see. There's bad guys all over the place. So, yeah. We ran and jumped and they shot at us because we got too close to them, but that's no big deal. All right, so there's a plaque here, but some of them aren't part of the badges, but they do have history about stuff, lore, little bits of lore dump in the game. The other thing I didn't point out on the map was the neighborhood colors correspond to level usually. So green zones are pretty safe. There might be some guys, Hellions or Vazalic, that are only level 1 and 2. You start at level 1, and if you do the tutorial, you get 2. If you bypass the tutorial, you just end up right in front of Miss Liberty, if I remember correctly. But yeah, so like kind of yellow zones, and there's no real orange zones here, but there is a red zone where they're a little higher level, up to level 6, 5 and 6, 2 to 6, so on and so forth. Oh, I forgot. So the other plaque, I got sidetracked because I was thinking of, we got that one, which was a plinth. The other ones are parallelograms, and they are wall plaques. So they are up against a wall, bolted to a wall. So yeah, I could have showed you that one when I was down there. I forgot. Lots of stuff in this game, man. It's not super hard, but there's a lot of stuff in the game. So we can go grab this other plaque and go inside City Hall. Some places have interiors that you can go to without a mission, and this is one of them. This is where you can start your own super group. There's a representative. There's people all around, and there's a badge right there. And now we got the other badge, Patriot, and we'll get another tip. There's also a merit vendor thing here. Once you get merits, you can purchase stuff with the merits. Some plaques work and some plaques don't. There's all kinds of contacts. You also see down here, these are the stuff that you like inherent, like the XP boost I have the run on. If I turn that off, it goes away. And then there's this thing called the day job, which is the city official. Day jobs are right there. So around 100 hours is what you need to spend in a place to get that logged off. Usually there are a couple that are an hour in a zone, and those are PvP zones. You have to spend there to get those badges, but they also have log out badges in the PvP zone. So yeah, and once you log off, when I'd come back, I would have one for here. But since I went to this one, always pops up, and then the hospital, and then this is the I don't know why I have so much of that. I haven't been. Oh, it's weird. But, oh, that contact for us, the active, There he is. So each of these 5 places correspond with your origin. Magi, magic, elite, I think that's natural, data is tech, seraph is science, and gift is mutation. There's a couple different contacts in here, but ours is this guy, Prince Kairos, however it's pronounced. You can take the mission. Put a stop to the gang activity in the office. So it's just like the other thing, and they all have stores that you can sell stuff at. I don't have anything to sell. I might in a moment. Oh, got that. Oh, I can pop that again and throw some more stuff on the auction house just so I have room. Oh, and you notice now, we initially started off with just 3 columns. But when we leveled up, we got a 4th one. Eventually, you'll get a 2nd row, and then a 3rd row, and then a 4th row, and then a 5th column is the last one, I believe. So where you can have 20. But yeah, we'll eventually get a little money to put these on the auction house. We'll talk about that. Since I'm in here, and we're working on that, I'm going to log out of this character because it'll be an immediate log out, because I'm at a interior place that does that. If you're out in the open world, it can be as much as 15 seconds to wait to log. You can log immediately by clicking the button if you're going all the way out. If you're going to the character select screen, it doesn't work that way. Technically, I have 134 characters, but I only track 113, I think. Well, now it'll be 114. Because these last 2 pages are my mules. They carry stuff for me because you can run out of space really quick, even in your supergroup base. So I have all my characters here by alphabetical. I will have to move her because I just go to the first slot. Because if you go to my dominators, which are here, if I'd use that slot, it'll push her back to the other one anyway. So, yeah. So blasters, brutes, and controllers, corruptors, I have them in empty slots. And that's where I made her initially, and then, yep, I had to move her. Dominators, or defenders, because they're in alphabetical. Then dominators. Then the Veets, the veteran archetype, so they're not exactly alphabetical, I guess. Arachnos Widow, Arachnos Soldier, Warshade, and Peacebringer. These have 2 different loadouts. And at the time I wasn't aware. I really only had to make one because there's a special way you can do different builds, and I could have done the Night Widow and the Fortunata on the same character, because I thought I was going to have to make 3 Warshades and 3 Peacebringers, but I didn't have to, because there's 3 build outs you can have. Builds that you can have. And masterminds. I have a whole page of masterminds. Every primary type, I've got one. But a couple I have 2. Scrappers, sentinels, stalkers. My ice tank cadre, my regular tank cadre of heroes and villains, with my 1 pure Praetorian that's a level 50. A little bit of a grind, but not too bad. And then my mules that carry stuff. Recipes, and enhancements. So doesn't really matter who I use. I'll just jump on Jan. She's on the first page. And she's in my super group. All my tunes, except for a couple, are in my super group. A couple are in my family's super group. Backslash ALTINVITE space ZAZZLER. Enter. Now it should say Zazzler is now a member of J Bones' cohorts. That is me. I am there. We are among you. So now I have to find her and promote her so she can pick stuff up out of the super group. So I have to promote her all the way up to second tier from the top, which is Legatus. The main guy, who knows where he is? There's Tiberius, or Tribunus. Make a little more room. Laticlavis. And that's Bubba. He's got it right now. He'll probably flop off and it'll go to the next one in line. It doesn't really matter who's the leader. I'm the only one who is here. So, yep. But yeah, they're all, you see all my 50s, and then there's 50, 60, almost 70 of them now. And then my next one, of the ones in my super group, the next highest is 25. I do have a level 42 and a couple 50s that are in my family super group. So yep. And there's all the lobies. And then all of these guys are in there, so they have access to the super group. I'm in Pocket D right now with Jan, but we're just going to go and get back on Zazzler. Which, don't, should be right there. Nope, one more. So I do have some Dominators that are villain side. They didn't have enough room. I might revamp. I might put these guys in the front so I'm purely alphabetical. I don't. So you can double click to go in, or you can just hit next and then it'll load you in. Now I should be able to get in the super group base, and I'll pull a few things while I'm in there for when I hit level 7. So we have to rest. And it tells you about you encountered your first day job, and now I should have a bar for that. Yep. Log off in City Hall. Yeah, it's even kind of back that way, so that's good. So the portals are your base. If you got a code, there are codes on the wiki and on the forums that you can use. Some people make a base so that people can port around easier. They're open to the public to do portal stuff to get around easier for various things. If you're on a team and your team leader has designated their base to be open to team members, you can also use their base to port around. Because not everything is available through the monorail. And not every zone has a tunnel connection that gets you to some of the other weird zones. So, we'll go in my super group base. And I'll explain a few things. So this is a kind of a tutorial on the tutorial of the tutorial. I will move this up and out of the way. So I have a quartermaster where I can sell stuff, trainers, because there are special abilities that you can port right to the base, and that way you can train. Some just NPCs Then a Fate Weaver, you can do that without going to a Fate Weaver. And then the costume fashion designer people. So see, I have Blue Low, that's the hero side, and Atlas Park, Kings Row, the Hollows, Perez Park. Those are hazard zone, low level hazard zones. Skyway and Boomtown. I've thought of maybe pulling these and revamping and putting hazard zones. I got enough room, I just haven't done it because doing stuff in the base can sometimes be problematic. Blue Mid, Blue High, Co-op, Red Side. There's not as many zones on the villain side, the Gold side, and the Shadow Shard. They're all under the same portal. And I've got some art, and then this is the pillar, which you can't use because, because I haven't been to Ouroboros yet. So, yeah. And then I got a lot of room to expand and do fun stuff that I just haven't. So you can go to the icon place, or you can put them in your base, and then you can customize your appearance since we're here. You start initially with the 6 slots. You can change your costume, change your, you can't change your powers or anything. You can change your height and all the other features too. The last 4 slots, for a total of 10 costume slots, you earn in game. As it says, earn in game. One of them is through event salvage, which I don't have any because I haven't done anything, and I don't have any here that I could grab. But I'll go ahead and make my salvage thing how I usually like it. Oh, there we go. So if I had those, it would be right here, and they're costume pieces from trick-or-treating during Halloween, the Halloween event, which is in October. You go on any door, you knock on it, and you either get a trick or a treat. The treat is the costume slot pieces and some other stuff. The trick is mobs spawning that you have to defeat. And sometimes you still get the other stuff to drop, so off the mobs. So yeah, there's a chance of that. Other salvage stuff, incarnate salvage, invention salvage, that's the main stuff for crafting enhancements. Legacy, which is old stuff that pops up from time to time because the code's really old, and sometimes there's just files out there. And then special, which is just weird stuff that doesn't kind of meet, even though one of them seems to be more related to incarnate, but not exactly, but yeah, it is. So yeah. You also have a recipe tab for the recipes for the crafting thing that take the salvage. Your enhancements, of course, it's right here, and your powers that we already seen, and then inspiration, which you can close it if you like. And then you have your chat, which, whoop, there we go. Your trays, which, whoop, there we go. And target, again, there we go. Nav, gone. And then menu, which is all the stuff to change stuff, costumes, and whatnot. So when you're not here and you want to change costume, you just go to costume and you click whichever one you want. You can only do one every 10 seconds. These are the salvage racks for that salvage that I don't have any because I'm such a lowbie. I have mine situated not exactly the most intuitive, but this is common back here, this is rare, and those are uncommon. And then here's a table to do the crafting. You go to the university, and there's a mission that walks you through and explains how to do the stuff. I highly recommend it. You get a couple freebies, and you get some experience, and you get a badge. I'm really into badges on a couple of my tunes, but yeah. But they cost influence, infamy, information, depending upon which side you're on. If you don't have a recipe that drops from mobs, you can buy it for level 10, and then it costs this much to craft, and then you have to have 1 luck charm and 1 lore sight. It tells you how much you have, which I have a 0. And then there's a thing called brainstorm ideas, and that comes from day jobs. I've got a merit vendor here, and then this is just nothing. And then those are power things and just weird stuff that I haven't moved around. So, you also have your personal vault, which you can store extra salvage in if you have an overflow. I don't have any right now, and this increases with level, and other stuff can increase it a little bit. These are enhancement storage racks. I'm going to grab some. These are stuff that you use. Wow, I didn't do that. Ooh, I might change that. Yeah. Okay. Doink. Since I thought of this, let me just switch something out right quick on mids, and I'll show you that once we get done with this. So I'll put that in dazzle, because surely, yep. Sweet. So what I did, because I totally kind of forgot about it when I slotted stuff, is I could have gave her these right off the bat. And yeah, that'll work. So I need act dam end. Act dam end. Oh, there it is. There we go. That one, and what I take, and the confuse. Boink. Okay. So I'm slotting those in dazzle. I forgot that these. I gotta be level 10. Okay. So yeah, can't put them in right now. But so I have the first couple racks here on this side are all the special ones that are recipes that drop, that are all kinds of crazy stuff, and they give you set bonuses. As you can see here, if you slot 2 of the same thing, it gets you a 2.5% discount on all endurance costs for powers, increase your maximum health at 3 slots, improves accuracy on all your powers by 11%. That's huge at 4 slots. I'm going to 4 slot this in dazzle right here, but I can't do it yet because I'm not level 10. But yeah. Now at level 7, I'll be able to slot level 10 standard enhancements. So I'm going to pick up a few if I've got some in here, and these are my level 10s and 15s. And I got some, so I'm going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, because I know I'll use those. I want one of those, maybe one of those. Definitely one of those, and the Healy, and we'll wait on the other stuff. See, they're red, so they're not, I can't slot them yet, and then this one will turn red and it won't be worth anything, but these never go red, to meaning that the percentages don't change, but they get better as you go up. I don't think I have any here. Accuracies, oh I do. Okay, so big jump. This one is 11.7%, increases your accuracy of a power. So when you slot that in here, it would increase your chance of hitting something by that amount, 11.7. But at level 30, it jumps by, it almost triples, or it does triple. 34.8, or maybe a little more than triple. and then at 35 it goes 36.7. So yeah, you can't combine these like some other ones, like some of the other stuff you get, like these guys. Like, see how this says like 5 plus, 4 plus. These are old. They don't even drop these anymore. I just got them in there for nostalgia, because this guy sells these. Oh, that's right. They added them again because they're cheap. They did take them away, but they added them back. So if you want, but he also has the dual origins, and if you mouse over them for info, it'll tell you that the circlet is a defense buff, enhanced defense buffs, and it's for mutation and magic. So it's called a dual origin, and it does 11.5%. Yeah. And knockback range, resist, run, sleep. Okay, there we go. Accuracy. Where's the defense buff? Down here. Defense buff. So this one is it's mutation science too. That's a dual origin. Where's the single? Because it's the same percentage. Confused, defense buff. There's the big, and see how they're expansive. So this one, and look how much it increases, because it's a single origin, so it's only for mutation, which I'm mutation, and that's why it's offered. It wouldn't offer the other ones that are single origin because I couldn't buy them or use them, so it would be a waste to buy them. But they're super spendy, and yeah, that's really cool at level 5, but I'm here to tell you it's not really that bad. So I would rather just go with one of these that's 11.7, and then it'll stay that way, whereas this one at level 8 will go red and won't affect you anymore, if I remember correctly. Yeah. But you can upgrade them with like a level 7 and combine them in the manage thing here, and try to get it to increase. But these you cannot change like that. You can't do the combine thing. So yeah, that's enhancements are really weird. I could talk all day about enhancements, but yeah. So I just grabbed a few that I could need once I hit level 7, which I can hit level 7 pretty quick, really. That's the base. Little general overview. Just hit the portal and you go back out into the zone you were. If you use the monitor duty teleporter to get to the base and you click the portal, you'll go back to the spot where you used that at. So like if I had that ability, which I don't right now, and I did it either inside this mission door or right outside the door, I wouldn't pop out outside the thing. I would pop out outside the... Oh, I went too far. I would pop out where I was on the map at. So, turn this off so we're not running so fast in the mesh. And I gotta close my door, it's getting chilly. And we'll make this a little smaller. And hopefully we get a few things that I can sell so I can get my Revelio. as I call it, because I'm a Harry Potter nut job. Oh, I got 2 lockdowns now. Oh, you run away. Run away like a little girl. Now, that's one thing that some other games, there is a second, third way to target besides clicking on the mob or tab. You can double hit an attack power, and it will target the closest guy, closest mob, closest enemy, just like that. If you double hit it, it'll take the power off. It'll execute the power. If you only hit it once, it'll just So there might be some other MMOs that you do that, but there are a lot that don't. That you can only target somebody by tab or clicking on them with a mouse on the screen. See, I just selected him. I selected him with tab, or you can select him with the mouse pointer. So, and then gauge. Oh, I thought I got him. And there we go. It was a defeat all, I think, right? Arrest all gang members. Mission complete. Yep, so there won't be anybody else left. Most of the first levels are really small, short maps. There are a couple after level 5 that are a little longer, but not really that long. Once you start getting in your teens and 20s, some of the maps can get a little convoluted. And sometimes on some of them, it's not a good idea to do the revealio if you got to do a bug hunt, as I call them colloquially. It really kind of sucks. Let's throw our little jetpack on. That way we can. Now I'll show you a secret. If you're coming from the north of City Hall, take that off. This back door is just like the front door. I wish it would take you to the back. You'd already be back here, but oh well. It's no big. No big. Turn it in. Talk to Jose Brogan. He's out front. Yeah, and you can run and then move your mouse and strafe or turn or whatever. Yeah. Lots of bad guys there. Oh yeah, he's over here in front of the magic shop. Now you only have so much time on this jetpack, but you can refill it. I can't remember how because I usually don't worry about it. Defeat all skulls in warehouse. It's that way. There'll be a lot of guys around it. Be prepared. Oh, there's some clockwork. They just zapped me. Hit the door. There's the clockwork. They'll go away. They won't follow you inside the mission. Alright, turn our run off. The familiar taunts of the skulls ring in your ears. Defeat all skulls, find a key to the back room, seek evidence. I usually almost always zoom in on the map, so it makes it easier to kind of see where you're at. Missed. Now see, I should have sold those. Dang it, I forgot. Oh well, my bad. We'll do that when we get out of here. But I'm not going to get any more. Maybe I'll click on one. The enhancements do help you, like if you do info on them, or just right click on them like that. It'll tell you the percentage, and they usually last about 30 seconds, I believe. There's the level. Once you level, you get the 3rd tier enhancements. For quite a while, they really boost you. If you died or got knocked out, I should say not died. Again, they didn't like that back in the day because, you know, wanted to be like semi-family friendly. And you level, you'll get what's called a level res. And we've got a glowy here somewhere. And there it is. That's probably the key to the back room. Doink. Yep. See how it went away? And it says key found. But yeah, that can be cool if you're really close to leveling and you're in a party. You know, put in team chat, hey, I'm almost leveled, I'm waiting for a level res. And that way, if they don't have a res or wondering why you're just laying on the ground, they know you're waiting for a level res. So yeah, it's just nice for communication stuff. Let's see, and once you hit that, then it showed the back where the key. You'll click on this garage door thing to open it up. If you didn't need a key and it was closed, you just click on it and it would open up. But since it said you needed a key and it's part of the mission, there we go. This one is a little kind of large, but not hugely large. So the other thing is, if you click on a power and it doesn't go off, you're not within range. It will have a red ring around it then until you get within range. All of the ranged powers, of course, have a range. It's under the info, detail info. It should tell you what kind of range it is. 80 feet. So see, I was a little more than 80 feet. So I stepped up and then the power went off. So yeah. Defeat all. So yeah, zap them all. And sometimes you can maybe kind of see them and consider them, calm them, but it'll technically be out of line of sight. LOS. So yeah, then you have to maneuver so you can have line of sight. See, like here, now it's got the red ring around it, so you know you're not close enough. There's a guy that's closer, but he's still not close enough. Oh, he was. I thought it was 80 feet. Sometimes it can be a little, it'll give you a little extra, I guess. See, like this one's 99. But if I go forward, eventually it'll go off 80 feet. Yeah. He's a buckshot, so he's using a shotgun which has a cone, and it's a shorter range than, say, a regular gun would have, rifle would have. Let's see how that tab target didn't take the closest one. It's kind of sad. And then when you get down to the last group, not always, but sometimes they'll populate on the map. And now it's got the glowy too when it's down to the last. Oh, yep, get close, we can hear it beeping. And that's the evidence. And now we just have to get these other 3 bad guys. And I clicked on them so then you can kind of see where they're at through the wall. That dazzle does a confuse effect, so they can't shoot you while that's going on, but the other one just locks them down and then they can. So that's it. Exit. We leveled. Did we get any enhancements to drop? Yes, we did. So we'll sell those. We're gonna swoop out of here. Oh shoot. How close am I? Oh, there's one over there at 4. So we'll do, unless there's guys around it, which, they're just white. We'll pop them. But there's the wall plaque. That's the parallelogram. So we'll just get that while we're here. And we get another level. Wow, we got 2 levels. So see, click it, give you the lore dump. And now, I probably have a second one under history because there's only one here that's like 2, and that's the student. So yeah, might for right act, which this was, which one? Oh, geez, I can't see. 4. Okay. So number 4 will be the expert. Oh, yeah. Alright. We're just going to run back to Miss Liberty. Because now we're level 4. So we're going to get 2 slots for level 3. And then we hit level 4, we'll get a new power, which is fly. And I'll get to explain the power pool powers to you, for you. Woot, woot, woot. Train up. Another row of inspirations. 2 enhancement slots for your powers. Room for 4 more pieces of salvage. Room for 4 more pieces of salvage in your vault. Room for 10 more items in your auction inventory. Train up. So, man, whoa. Guess I'll put them in there. I'll show you that on the build, because you have room for 6 slots, but you can't 6 slot every power you get. There's 49. They're not 49. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 24 powers that you can get. Uh, you can 6-slot as many as you want or can. On this particular build, I have 4 powers 6-slotted. That's quite a bit. There's a couple powers that don't take set bonus stuff. One that does, but I didn't put any in. And one of the ones that doesn't take set bonus stuff, I actually 2-slotted so to see if I could get perma hasten. And if I can't get it perma, because I don't know how exactly to check on mids, I might respect the character and pull that slot and pop a extra slot in something else to give a little more boost or to get a special bonus from the set bonus stuff. So we're done, finished. Now she's gonna say, "Oh, you're ready for level or security level 4." So you get a new power, 7 more pieces salvage in both your salvage inventory and vault inventory, and 10 more auction house. You need 709 to get to the next level. So now it gives you this warning because at level 4 you have unlocked access to the new power sets. The power pool powers instead of a regular power. Click the power pool set button on the right hand column. At level 4, you may choose one of the first 3 powers in any power pool set. The 4th and 5th power in a set will be available at level 14, but only if you choose 2 of the first 3. Choose wisely. It should say choose wisely. So, back in the day, you didn't get your full fast travel power until like 12, 14, 16, something like that. I can't remember. It's been too long. I've slept since then. The game twilighted in 2012, man. I mean, that's a long time ago, and I started playing in 2005. It came out just a couple months before WoW. I started playing this first, and I didn't start playing WoW until Burning Crusade, which I think was 07, maybe. So I've been playing this for a couple years before I started playing World of Warcraft. So, concealment. You can look at them and see the powers and then pick one and then finish. I know what I'm taking, but I'll overview them. Concealment is stealth. Stealth, grant invisibility, infiltration. It gives you a blurb at the bottom when you mouse over it. You can also show detailed info, and then it'll tell you by your person, class, build, whatever, and what it does for you. You can hide that. Experimentation. See that? Inject an ally. Toxic dart. Speed of sound. That's super speed, but there is super speed down here, but they made these kind of weird for thematic builds and stuff. So yeah, if it fits your theme and your desire for stuff, you know, there's no wrong way to build a character except for the fact that sometimes you just won't be as effective as you could be. So it depends on if you're doing a role-play thematic character for fun and to play with friends, and you know, just a role-play, and maybe you don't care for that character, and then you can min-max if you want a tune that, you know, you go balls to the wall damage, or you know, defense, or you know, support, or whatever. So yeah, but there's, to me, I always tell everybody there's no wrong way to make a character, as long as you know what you're doing, that you're doing it because of a theme for roleplay, or because you're making it for a particular job or goal in the game. There's all kinds of ways to make them, and some are just for fun, and some are for you know, again, crushing the enemies, you know. So some of these add some nice flavor to that kind of theme stuff. Like fighting, almost every tank I build takes this.
It's one of the weird ones because you see how these give you 3 to choose from. You take one, and then to get these other ones, you got to take another one. Fighting is a little different. It's an old school one. You get boxing or kick. From there, you'll get tough. That opens up after you take one. The next, like at level 12 or 10 or something like that. And you can take tough. It might even be 8. And then a little later you take weave. Well, in a tank, this gives you extra defense. And I'll take either boxing or kick as a theme, depending upon if I want to kick somebody or hit somebody with a tune. Oh, I hardly ever use it. And then I'll take tough and weave. And then on a couple of my tunes I took cross punch because it does a few crazy things, and it also just looks really cool, the animation and stuff of it. So yeah, there's a couple tunes I took cross punch on. I wish I could respec it out and take away one of these, but I actually took 4 powers in fighting, which most people don't do. Flight is the pure flight power. There's another one down here called Sorcery that has flight in it, Mystic Flight. But I'm going to take Fly right now, but I'll go over some of the other ones. And then the next level, I will take Hover, because it's a defensive power. And then I will take at level, 14, when it becomes available, I will take Evasive Maneuvers. Yep. Force of Will, some cool stuff, not just for thematic, but for some other builds, but it also has Super Jump in it. I love Super Jump. But I usually take Leaping because it has a defensive thing in it. These are mostly either offensive or buffing powers to you or what have you. So if all you want is Super Jump and some other stuff, and you don't want some of the defensive stuff because you're a damage dealer and you just want jump, Force of Will is a good slot. Leadership, there's quite a few of these, as you can see. Leadership is another old school that only has 2 from the start. I usually take these on my masterminds and defenders, if they're buffing defenders and stuff, because they do an area of effect that buffs your team if you're teamed up. It's an always-on power, so it costs end. So you have to slot it right so you don't go out of mana. Old WoW term. But yeah. This has a particular strength to all defenses on target, which is your teammates. Assault is a damage dealing buff for your teammates. Tactics is a to hit buff. Vengeance, if a teammate dies, you can buff your team before they're resurrected, revived, or whatever. Victory Rush is also a toggle or a click that if you take down an enemy and then you click on Victory Rush, it gives you some buffs. Recovery rate, end cost, and so on and so forth. For 2 minutes, that's a long time, man. This is pretty cool. If you team a lot, sometimes leadership can be a great power pool. Pool power set. I call them power pools, but yep. Leaping, Super Jump, Combat Jumping, Jump Kick. Combat Jumping is a defensive power, so on my ones that I don't take Fly, I'll take Super Jump, Combat Jumping, and Acrobatics sometimes. Acrobatics protects you against knockback and hold effects. One of my bunny tunes, my rabbit tunes, I took spring attack because he's a rabbit, he jumps, and it does some. When you slot it out, and I slotted it out, it does some crazy stuff. It teleports you, so you have somebody targeted. You click on spring attack. 60 yards away, you will jump from where you're at to that targeted enemy from 60 yards away. And then at level 4, it does 6.2 points of damage, smashing damage on the target, and 12.45. So that's combined. And then a 66% chance for 0.67 magnitude knock on target. So that's knock back, knock up, whatever. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So the average damage, says up there at the top, is 18.67 because that's 6.22 and 12.45 are combined. Damage hit per activation time is 12.45. Damage per cast cycle, blah blah blah. Activation time, recharge time. It has a long recharge time, so it's. But if with slotted right, you can cut that down to really quick. But you can use it to get to someplace 60 feet away to hit somebody. So yeah, it's just kind of thematic in a way for the bunny guy, but I like it. Medicine, if you're an imp defender and you want some extra stuff, or you're kind of a healing defender and you want a little extra stuff because you didn't take empathy, you took thermal radiation or whatever the other one is, pain. This can give you a little boost and help. Presence. This is if you want to be a tank and you aren't a tank class, but you want provoke, which is taunt, and some other stuff. Sorcery, we already went over that a little bit to show the mystic flight, but then it has some range stuff. And then it has an extra one in here because when you're in mystic flight, you can use this translocation, I think. It's kind of like the afterburner. I don't know if it showed that on flight. Yeah, it does. So when you're in fly, you can use afterburner, and it goes for about a minute, and it gives you a boost like afterburners in a jet. So we were at sorcery. Speed is super speed. Think of the Flash from the comic books. It's one of the weird ones that kind of only has one travel for fast to get around, but not exactly, because it has this one that I think, yeah, this one's kind of weird. No, I guess that's it. Hasten is a real cool power. It reduces all your recharge time for 2 minutes. The only problem with it is it takes 7.5 to recharge. Now there are ways to get that down, and there are ways to do what we call perma-hasten, to get it down to where it recharges in 2 minutes, or almost 2 minutes. So that means it's always on you, and you turn it, you put it, you can toggle a power on to auto every time it either targets somebody or it's off cooldown. And if you watch my farmer, she's got hasten, perma-hasten, so it's got a little green circle around it, and it's always on. Yeah. And then flurry is a cone effect. Or no, it's only a single target. I thought it was a cone. It's just a fast blow. Again, it's kind of thematic if you want to make a flash style or a super speed style character. The speed phase lets you pass through people and they can't touch you. Whirlwind, I've never looked at these that much. Any foe will be tossed in the air and burn out. Allows you to instantly recharge all your primary and secondary towers. It's very expensive for endurance. Yeah. there's pros and cons to some of this stuff. And then teleportation. This is the big travel power for stone tanks. Because if you do granite armor on a stone tank, you are slow as molasses. If you got mud pots on too, or one of the other powers, I can't remember if it's mud pots or something else. And you run like very slow. So most stone tanks take teleport as they're traveling. And at first I was like, man, I'll never do that. But I learned how to do it, and it's great. There's initially, instead of regular teleport, well, no, you should take teleport and get used to using it. And then take combat teleport as soon as you can. Because it does teleport, but it's shorter range, and you're immediately ready to hit somebody. It doesn't have the lag time that regular teleport does. So teleport, you can teleport like up at an angle in the air, and when you get to that spot and it's instantaneous, it gives you a second to target another place and teleport again. So you can really get across a map fast. But a stone tank can't jump. So if it needs to jump over something, teleport is a must if you're in granite form, because you can't jump, but you can teleport. And then combat teleport, if you're doing battle, you can, it's not quite as much range if I remember right. 100 feet. Teleport 350 feet. That's a long way. Then you can, there's other stuff, and some defenders and some support like to use teleport, because you can teleport target, and you can team teleport, and you can fold space. Yep. Fold space teleports enemies from up to 100 feet away into melee range of the caster. Yeah. See, some of them are really crazy. There's lots of cool stuff in the power pool set, but you're only, you only have 24 powers. So mids, in my opinion, is a must, unless you want to spreadsheet it out and write it all out and figure it out yourself. And if you really dig that, one of my caveats is there's no wrong way to do this. Sometimes there's some easier ways to do it, but if you're into that, do it old school, pen and paper. You be you, man. But yeah, I took fly, and now you have to finish, and now it'll give you the fly. So now for that, I put fly there, I put afterburner there. I'll do away I go. And now I'm not going to put fly on it at the moment. I'm going to sell this stuff that I can. And show you how I'm going to get 10,000. Look, we got another roll. Boink. You always get 3, so make sure you have space. Auction house. Oh, I didn't sell those. I should have sold those. I forgot. I can still do it. I don't keep any of those because I'm also going to do something else here. And not right now, but okay, let's get away from her for a second. Auction house, because we got a little influence from selling that now. So we're gonna take our third tiers, the big bad ones, the ones that are super maxed out. See, they're 40,000 right now. So I'm gonna do 29. Yep, it's gonna take almost more than half of my stuff, but I'm gonna post it, and I should get an auto sale. Boink, and there it is. There's 40,000. Auction house takes a little cut both ways, both times, when you post and when you don't. So it tells you how much it is, and somebody put one on real low, so I'm going to keep that at 29,999. Post, and should get, nope, I don't know why people put them on so low. Post. Oink. And that's all the third tiers I have. Oh nope, I gotta heal. This one I won't put on so high. And there we go. So got more than enough to do what I want. Close that. This is. I should have clicked on him. I bet he was a stone tank, but he could have been a stone blaster though too. They got that some of that weird stuff. I would never take fly as a stone tank myself. But again, do what you do. If he doesn't have granite, or he, you know, pops stuff off differently, I mean, yeah. Like I say, personally, I wouldn't do it. Show me your wares. Prestige powers. Utility. Miscellaneous. Revelio. Blink. So now, what that does is that gives me, and this is always the way I put stuff in here. This is just my, you can put it wherever you like, wherever you keep track of it. But all my characters usually put their travel powers here or here, depending upon if I need this row for clickies. But yeah. And now, we're going to go turn this off, because this is annoying to me. And that's in Pocket D. And I know where the Pocket D portal is. It's by this truck, right over here, with the pamphlets of Pocket D on the ground. And on the map, it says Pocket D. So, we'll go Pocket D. I could have used my portal in my base, but since not everybody has a base yet on their first tune, here you go. So now I will hide the cooperative zone dialogue because I don't need it to warn me that this is a cooperative zone. You will meet villains in here. Be prepared. Point. I know where, you know, this is how you get into Pocket D. If you zoom in on the elevator, it'll show you the entryway, and there you go. So over here, hi DJ Zero, there is Null the Gull. You click on him, and what can you do? Disable travel power pop-up tray. Boom, it's gone. Nice. He can also change your alignment immediately without going through all the rigmarole of doing the missions, the alignment change mission, tip missions, and stuff like that. So now we're going to take fly off for a second, and we're going to get our nutrient-rich badge. Oh, look at Blarf. Cute little Blarf. Pet Blarf. Pet Blarf some more. Pet Blarf. What's going on? Oh my goodness. We got the nutrient-rich badge because Blarf liked us so much, he just blarfed us right to the hospital wing, which is right up here where we're at. It turns all your stuff off if you got toggles. So you run, you fly, whatever. That's all good. There's Blarf over there, just hanging out, ready for some other unwitting person to go pick on him. So yeah, portals over here. There's some other portals for various places. Base portal, Hardlight Hologram Vendor, Free Fire Zone Transport, Imperial City, Echo Plaza, the villain side. Can't go in there unless you're a rogue or vigilante. Yeah. There's all kinds of fun stuff in here. There's the Architect Entertainment. We'll go get the badge. Thrill Seeker. Bling! Yep. So, yeah. This is where you come if you're going to get power leveled or you do farming. Oh, that truck out there, once you go out to the ski chalet, you can fly out there and you get a badge called the Trucker number 2. Yep. This other one is upstairs. Might as well go get that. While we're here. Monkey Fight Club. There we go. Alright. And we want to go back to Atlas Park. Where's the bouncer dude? Weird. He glitched out Atlas Park. Yep, right there. So Kings Row has a spot. Fault Line has a spot. This one is a manhole cover. This one is another truck with pamphlets around it on the ground. Founders Falls. Man, I can't remember if it's a truck as well. And Talos. I don't think I've ever used the Talos one. See, there's Fault Line right here, and it's a manhole cover here too, because it was added after the initial Nova Pretoria, which is the gold side, and then 4 of the 5 zones of Rogue Isle. 4 of the 6 zones. Now I can't remember. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good little overview. Now that we got Fly, we can go up here and get this one that's on top of the dome. Bling! And then we can get the one on top of the world. Now, when you play, if you don't do the mod thing, your statue or your globe will not be colored like this. It will be just like marble. Yeah. So, let's see, defeat mission complete. Oh, can we call him now? Nope, we gotta go talk to him. Eventually, most of the higher level contacts, you'll be able to get a call button. They'll give you their cell phone number, so you can call them and you don't have to run back to their location all the time. And that's pretty bloody handy, let me tell you. Even with travel powers, it's just nice to eventually not have to do this. Secure the painting. Oh, ask about the store. Might as well do the store thing and sell that. Now, let's explain this for a moment. We're gonna do a little scenario. Say you have a mission that's really hard. Or you're a couple bubbles away, because I didn't explain that either, the experience bar. This is rested experience. So you get a little bit extra on that. It's called patrol experience. But I'm at 1 of 800 to level, and then there's 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can't see the other ones, but there's 10 little bubbles here. Once you get the bar full, the bubble will get filled in. So if you know you're pretty close, you can see how much you need, and you know how much your things are going to give you. You can do a little extra stuff, or you can change this once you get a higher level too. If you're just mowing through things, you can add +1 to your level. So now, if I go in the mission, guys aren't going to be just level 4. They're going to be level 5. So that means the lieutenants are going to be yellow or orange to me, depending upon their level, how they got populated on the map, and so on and so forth. You can buff that up all the way to +4, but if you do +4, you better be ready, because +4 is you're going to go up against purple guys, and you better be ready. The other thing you can do, I'm actually going to go to +4 for a second. You can change your team size. If you want more mobs in the map, you can go all the way up to a full team of 8, and you'll get a bunch of guys in there, and they'll be grouped together. and they will swarm you. So unless you're a tank or you're in a big group, and if you're in a group and you do that, the leader of the group does that, you'll get extra guys. If you have a full team of 8 and he's set at 8, or the leader of the group is set at 8, oh man, it says I lost connection. Dang it. Oh, I'm taping, I'm not live streaming, so, sometimes the internet goes a little wonky on me. But there'll be a lot of mobs in there at +8. I'm not going to set it at +8 right now because I just want the extra boost from this when I come back. I might have to do a shutdown and unplug my modem. But yeah, this is under set notoriety, and then adjust level, team size. Then there's also solo bosses, which if you're going after defeat badges, yep, there I go. I'm going to get disconnected. So now I can tell, oh, I'm still on. Must have just been a glitch in the server, or I just had a little hiccup. I hope I got that right. Nope, I didn't. Oh, it says I'm already logged in. If you get DC'd, that will usually happen. Then just close that little pop-up and say log in. Now you're going to get in because it has to clear you from the cache. So was it that page? Nope. One more page. There we go. So, you can, like, some of the defeat badges are bosses. You have to defeat 100 family bosses, 100 this bosses, 100 that bosses. So if you're not grouping a lot and you want to get those badges easier than street sweeping for them, which you can do but can take a while, you can bump that up on your notoriety. I'm going to just hit no because I don't want to do that. And that makes it easier to get those bosses in the mission when you're doing even radio or newspaper missions, and we'll go over that in a moment. Solo AVs, elite bosses are arch villains. So this is where you can get in trouble too, because if you're soloing stuff, you want it set at elite bosses. Because you don't want to solo AVs unless you're a tank and you're built to the max, or you're, a blaster or damage dealer that's built to the max that can melt them like that. Because if not, they're going to melt you like that because they're the cream of the crop. So now, I set it +4. But say you got a mission, or again, you're really close and you kind of don't want to slog through a mission because you're ready to go, but you'd like to level right quick. Set it to +4. Go to your contact and do an autocomplete. It will warn you. By selecting this option, you will automatically complete your mission as if you succeeded in it, the main objective. So you get the main part of the XP. You don't get any XP from killing anything in the mission or defeating anything in the mission, but you get the main mission XP. But since it's set at +4, you get more. We'll see that in just a moment. Although, it's lost because I had to log out back in. But you can only do it every 3 days. And sometimes it's not as bad as it used to be, but sometimes you can run into a bug. Or if the mission's just really difficult, because that elite boss now is really hard. You can always try to dumb it down to a -1, and then that'll make the elite boss a little easier to defeat. But if you do this, complete mission, now, look at how many bubbles it gave me. It gave me almost 4 bubbles. 3, and yeah. I was at 1 of 800. I'm now at almost 300 of 800. That was a third. So yeah. Now I'm going to turn this back. because I'm gonna go do the mission, his next mission, because I'm just gonna, again, you could call it in. Oh, now I gotta take the painting to Iris. I forgot. Some missions have 2 parts, and you don't have to call. Did that give me his call button? That might after I go talk to Iris. And now I will fly over to her. Oh, another caveat is if you're in a group, do select task. It'll turn this from gold to red, and now everybody in your team will be able to see it, see where the mission is. Just a nice little handy thing to have. She's right over here by the auction house, Wentworth's. And leave. And now let's see. Yep, now we can call him. So we can turn that in and ask about available and talk to the security chief. This one's going to be one of your first street sweepers, but it's only going to be 5 guys. So there's the hospital. There's the tailor where you can change your costume and stuff. There's Up and Away Burgers, which is nothing but an homage to In-N-Out Burgers. Paragon Pizza Pie. There's a In Front Steakhouse, which is an homage to Outback Steakhouse. And here's the security chief, and he's going to tell us to defeat 5 Hellions. And there's Hellions all around here. Oh, we're not within 80 feet, so boink. No, he can't do jack. Now, this guy that ran away from him is just standing over there. He's waiting for us to defeat this guy. Now he's going to come over and say, "Thank you, you saved my life," or something. Or yeah, he's just going to give us an attaboy. It's kind of cool. Another thing that I will show you in a moment, if I can find somebody. It's a regular NPC. Oh man, I missed you. I'll send them. Some of them don't. Some of them are not nice because they're kind of homeless people and they just don't care. But it's all good. We're heroes. We do it for our own gratification. Some of them do a dot, and some of them don't. So that was all 5. So now, ask about available mission, and now we gotta go talk to Sarah Peters. Now see if I click on this, because it was a long ways away, it's going to give me this boost of speed for a little while. For 1 minute. Oh no, that's the recharge time. About 30 seconds then, I think. It's half the time. Yeah, see. There we go. It's recharged for, it's probably about 30 seconds. Oh, talk to her. She'll ask you if you've seen anybody. Now you gotta go get a crate. Locate crate 878 932. God, boy, John. Oh, some days. My general loadout on inspirations is healing, whatchamacallit, endurance, a break free, and a wakey, an awakened. We shorten it to call it just a wakey, or a resurrection one to battle res you. Yeah. And then the other ones are left for just extra stuff that I either sell or use, as the case may be. So now, woohoo! We can do this. Revelio. What would we do without Hogwarts Legacy? So yeah, there's the whole map. Now again, some of the bigger maps that are convoluted that you have to find something, sometimes you don't want to reveal everything because that way you can tell where you have and have not been. But sometimes the multi-level things, it doesn't matter because you can't tell which level you've been on the map because it's not that, you know. Oh, jeez. Right by the door. See, it had that knock on the power, which that flipped them. There we go. See, on my next level, I'll get slots, but sometimes I'll pop these. Oh, I got my first piece of salvage. We'll look at that in a second. There are dudes here. Oh, there's something up top. There's probably guys up top too. Nope. Oh, it's not up top. Oh, it's on the other side of the wall, of the door. Crates everywhere. Well, I still have the inspirations on, I will utilize them. Because they'll give me that little buff for 30 seconds. They'll start to flash when they have about 5 seconds left. Like now. But I got those guys, so that's all good. So we're looking for the crate. It'll search and then it'll say yay or nay. It's not the correct crate. It gives you, some of them will give you a little influence and experience, and some will not. And there's the crate, so it's done. And technically, we can exit. I'm going to click them all and get a little extra XP. I will probably go ahead and go through the doors and clear the map because it's XP and I'm almost at level 5. So yeah, if I get the level before, I might just leave, which come on. Lock him down and move back so he has to shoot me and can't just hit me. So this crate is probably not enough to get me the ding, but I'll try. Nope. I need one more crate. Or one more dude. There's gonna be level. You guys can't hurt me now, cause yeah, we won't do the rest of the map. Cause I got the level. Cause they'll be lower level now. So I mean, we still got the buffs going on. Let's go ahead and beat some of them up. While we got the buffs, we'll go down fast. See how we went down super fast. Oh, got another marksman over there. See, sometimes stuff blocks you and sometimes it doesn't. Man, it's kind of a crapshoot. We'll take these two guys down since we got the aggro on this one. Now we're out of the thing, and we'll go exit. Now I gotta get up and close my door because it is bloody cold. I will jump on my flyer. Got chilly. Get up close to the war wall. I'll be right back. I'm gonna mute my mic. Alright, I'm back. And I just thought of the backstory for her, so I'm going to scribble it down right quick. And I'll flesh it out more, and this way I don't forget it. DJ. Whose power did not manifest until she was older. During a set, all her equipment went down, and the stress caused her mutant to not fruition, but I'll change that. Fruition. Okay, that's enough. I'll flesh that out later because I don't want to think about it all and waste some time since I already wasted a smidge of time. Okay, take the crate to Azuria. That's back at the main space. We'll do a little level up before we go in. Sell a couple of these things just to get rid of them and have space. We'll save the greenies and the blueies. Should be slots. So no, I'm not putting anything in fly, right? Yeah, just the one slot. So I will I'll do the main damage dealing one, the extra slot for right now. Eventually, and now that we're level 5, we just got a new contact, Twin Shot. I forgot about that. We will save her until we finish up with, what's his name? Now, the trainer will also have information about sidekicks and exemplar. This stuff is really one of the other cool things about this game. So I'm level 5. Say I got a friend. Oh, I bet that's Agnel's. Yeah. You can, like, he's probably on a tune that, well, we can look and see, find member, and search, and Lucifer. Yeah, he's level 50. He was going to offer to run me through, power level me a little bit. But yeah, we've meshed together and done some stuff, and I know he's got a lot of 50s and does some PLing. But yeah, that you can find members, you can sort by level, by name, by map. Some people put comments in, you know. Most people don't change this not seeking thing. You can change that if you're really seeking and want somebody to, you know. It also shows, you know, their archetype, brute, and then their origin. Yeah. But, so, if I would have got on a team with him at 50, I'm only level 5, right? Well, that's kind of weird, right? Well, no, because if he wanted to, he could make me the team leader, and he would be exemplar down to my level. Or, if he's the team leader, I would be sidekicked up to one under his level. And that explains that here a little bit about sidekicking and exemplar. So, it scales if you're on the team. So, yeah, it's kind of cool. There's other stuff. Task forces, new costumes, titles. Again, that's the thing there. 15 and 25, there it is. Re-choosing your powers, the respecs. How you can do that. There's task forces that you can do on the hero side and the villain side that you can get a respec. They give them out. You can also get a recipe for respecs on the auction house, or sometimes they just drop. All this stuff, it helps you in game, or you can just go to the wiki and look stuff up too. So, yeah, all there, man. It's all there. Go over here and sell. Keep those for JIC just in case. Put the second tier stuff on the auction house because I will use that later. And that other enhancement I put on, sold. Yeah. Alright. Yep. Yeah. So, take the crate to Azuria. She's the Magi contact for magic origins. You know right where she's at. Back here by the big green crystal. And that turned it in, and now we can contact the prince and be introduced to a new contact. So we're done with him. So yeah, we can start Twin Shot. I wanted to be level 6 for Twin Shot, but I guess not. Oh well, no big deal. So, I think that is a good little stopping point for her. Park her here to get the more day job of the city official. And I will see if I can bring my thing over and show you guys mids right quick. And let's see if it will populate. Whoops. Yep, looks like it did because I turned the game off. Alright. So, kind of weird on this screen because I have my big monitor. Let's see if I can change the columns. That might be a little easier to see. These aren't as easy to see because it doesn't scale exactly right, but this is because it's on a monster monitor. But yeah, so when you get mids running on your computer, you can create a new character, open up. Hang on. Let me save Zazzler. I got a lot of my tunes. Not all of them built out, but a lot of them. My Ice Tank Cadre, I only have one main build for, kind of, and then, because the secondary I just do on the fly. But you start, no slots, no nothing. Let's just do a test build. We'll do clear. So put name whatever, pick your whatever you want to build. You know, let's just let's build a tank. You can pick your origin. Doesn't really matter because it only gives you the weird inherent power. So we'll just do magic. And then you can pick all the different primary. If you've already built your tune initially in the game, then you can pick that. If you're going from scratch, you're like, man, I don't have a dark armor. Let's do a dark armor tank. And then your secondary, which is the offensive powers. There's a lot of them. Battle axe, broadsword, claws, dark melee, dual blades, electric melee. They're all melee. Energy, fiery, ice, katana, kinetic, martial, psionic, radiation, savage, spine, staff, stone, street, justice, super strength, titan, weapon, and war mace. I have one of everything on this and one of all the different armor slots. And yeah, I have an ice tank with one of everything here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there's 21. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22 actually, sorry. Yeah, because I have the ice. I have 2 ice, and then I built all the other ones just for S&G because I just got a wild hair one day. So dark, you want to do the obligatory dark. I've got one of those. Most of them have a, there's a couple that kind of don't, like Bio doesn't have Bio melee. But, Stone is a big one for Stone Fire, whatever. And then you're at level 1, and you gotta take one from each. So rock armor, or you could take stone skin, but I'm gonna take all of these if I'm gonna build one. And then maybe because I know in the past, because I'm used to it, I know I don't want Stone Fist. I'm gonna get some other stuff, so I'm gonna go Stone Mallet, or I want to have the mallet because of a thematic theme, because there's heavy mallet and then some other stuff. So there's your first level 1. So then level 2, you get another power. In a tank, I want survivability, so I'm going to take Stone Skin. So then at level 3 you get slots. So I'm going to go slot. And at level 4 you get a power. You can change this so that it makes you do stuff in order like you're actually leveling up, but I'm so used to it, I just do it like this. Sometimes I'll pick all my powers first, and then sometimes I'll slot in because I want that base first. It just depends on your preference. There's all kinds of settings and stuff up here. It can generate a document for all the recipes that you need to craft everything and the list of everything. You can set your incarnate powers, your accolades, your prestige powers, temp powers, all kinds of stuff. The other thing that's really nice about it is this active set. Right now I don't have anything because I don't have anything slotted. But once you get some slots and stuff in there, there's a general rule of the set bonuses. If you have 6 of the same set bonuses, the 6th one will not work. So if you have, just as Like say something does 10% accuracy for a set bonus. If you have 5 that do 10% accuracy, they stack, and you have 50% accuracy. If you have something else that does another 10%, it doesn't matter what slot it's in or whatever, it's a set bonus. At the 6th one, it'll be null and void. So you can't get 60% accuracy unless you have something that does 5% and 5%. Now you have 60% because it's 5% and 5%. And then you can have another 5, 5, and 5 for 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Then you'd have 75% accuracy on set bonuses. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's called the rule of 5. It's like there's also a thing called enhancement diversification, and I'll show you that in a minute too once we do some stuff here. And that's if you have 3 things slotted of the same buffing type, the 4th one will not give its true full value, and I'll show you that. Level 4, power pool. I'm a stone tank. I'm taking teleport. I'm going to do teleport. And then at 5 you get slots. So slot, and then I'll do 1 in there. And at 6 I'm going to take combat teleport, and that one I'm going to slot out. I'm probably going to throw 1 up in rock armor. Okay. 8 I'm going to take my second attack, heavy mallet. And then at 9 I'm going to 3 slot it. Alright. So now let's jump to Earth's Embrace, and instead of slotting that, we're going to slot something in the armor here and stone mallet, just so I can show you. Now you right click, and now you can put in your stuff. So if I put in 4 of these, which are single origin or invention level, now hang on, you mouse over this, see it says, this is one that's really weird because it's not even the rule of 3 because it does so much, 25%. So pre-enhancement diversification, all 3 of those add up to, because it's a defense thing, this is kind of weird too. I'll do accuracy on the next one. So that would have been 76.5%, but because of enhancement diversification, it's only 58.48. Because these first 2, because they're defense, I forgot about defense, they are at full tilt, so 50.1. But this one doesn't add the other 25 to it. It only adds 8.38 because it's a percentage of that 25. If I add a 4th one, it's going to do the same thing. Pre-ED would be 102%, but now it buffed it from the 58 to only 62. So that's when they did that, they wanted enhancements to be diversified, because there's other stuff you can put in, like it's a toggle. You want some endurance reduction, because when you mouse over this, it says over here, we can lock that, I think. Can't remember how. There, it's locked. Okay. So it's a toggle power. It's to self. To yourself, it doesn't affect other people. It affects the caster, which is you. It's plus defense of lethal and smashing, and resistance debuff defense. If if you want to know what all that stuff means, you got to go to the wiki and dig into it. But this is a description of it. Your skin becomes stone while this power is active. Stone armor protects you from smashing and lethal. They are less likely to land and affect you. Stone armor also grants you resistance to defense debuffs. Cannot be active at the same time as granite. Recharge fast. So if something knocks it off of you, like you get a big hit, you get stunned or something by some chance, it can get turned off, and then you have to turn it back on, but it recharges really fast, and that's what's down here. The end cost is 0.15 per second. It was 0.21, but we threw this in, and it added to it. This is basically like we're at level 50 right now, though, even though we've only gone through this, because these are at level 50. Recharge is 4 seconds. It says it lasts 0.75. It's toggled. It's always on. The cast time is that. It takes half a second to activate. Your defense is an additional 25.36, and your resist effect is an additional 17.3%. This is different. It's a weird scale thing, so yeah, that's... And then you can check the effects, the totals, and the enhancements. You can have alternate. I mean, you can... there's all kinds of stuff. I don't use this thing to its fullest potential, but I use it for what makes it easy for me to build characters and make sure that I don't get what I'm going to show you in a moment. Because, yeah. So, the other things you can add, since this, since you're way over ED, you could put another endurance in there, and now that went from 1.15 to 0.11. It all adds up, all those little percentages, and see, it's hit ED too, but it's not as bad. The other thing is just the percentage, because these are so high. That's part of the deal too, because the standard enhancements were only 33% at level 50, but these are 42 because of things. So, but those are just the regular ones. These are the standards that you don't want. And then they have these special ones, which are crazy stuff that I don't even want to go into now. You'd have to... The best thing, because I don't really use these very often, is to look at the name of them, find them on the wiki, and it'll explain how to get these from various places that you have to do special stuff to get these. And some of them are almost like a set thing, but they don't have set bonuses. So the set for this is, of course, a defense set. You can. I want to make sure I was on the first one. There are 8 different sets for this, and some of them are low level. Like this one is called Karma, the Karma defense set, and its level range is from 10 to 30. So the recipes only drop from level 10 to 30 mobs, and it has a lower, so like that one defense was 25, but this does defense and endurance, defense recharge, and knockback protection. So if you click that, the first one, defense and endurance, does 13.1 defense and 21.8 endurance. So if you put that in there, now our endurance discount is ED'd because of these, but we're going to change that in a sec, because we're going to go back to Karma, and now we want defense recharge. Even though recharge doesn't really help us because it's a toggle, we want that extra defense in there. So we're going to click that, and now we're still at ED because we had those and we still have that. But it's going to change again in a minute. But now it says set bonus because we have 2 of those karmas in there. We have 1.35% max end, so that adds to our endurance bar. That's the only way to get your endurance bar up. When you are gaining levels, your health bar goes up, but your endurance is always at 100. It's always 100 points. But there are ways to increase that by accolades and by set bonuses. And that's the only way. So now, we see that number 3, we get 28.11 hit points, 1.5%, added to our hit point bar. So yeah, we're going to put in that last karma, because there's only 3 of them, and it's a special one. It says knockback protection, mag 4. Well, that's pretty cool, because that helps us. We won't get knocked back. Boink. Now we look, and we're out of ED. Everything's good, and we can add something else and buff it a little more. Or take the slots away because we only want these in there because, it's not that great, but looking at the stuff, it's not that bad either. Your defense is still good compared to when we just had the single origin defenses in there and whatnot. So we could use shift and take these away, and there we go. Let's say, and if we were at level 30 and we're doing that, and we're wanting to spend a lot of influence on this, that'd be the way to go. But I'm at level 50, and I want level 50 stuff. So Kismet is only at 1030, Serendipity is 1540, Gift of the Ancients is 15 to 40, and now these bottom row ones are 25 to 50, 25 to 50, 10 to 50, and 20 to 50. The reason this one's a 10 to 50, if you look at the set bonuses, there's like, holy crap, there's a ton of them. Not really. There's 2 sets for each set bonus. One of them is a regular PvE, player versus environment. The top one, 10% regen. That's 0.78 hit points a second. You get 5 stacks of that. That's not bad. That is not bad. The second one says set bonus 2. 2.5%. 0.04 N per second recovered. PvP. So that set only is active when you're in a PvP zone or you're in the arena fighting PvP. So if you're a PvP player, this is a set you want because it helps you in PvP. There are a couple in each set, sort of. Not every set, but some of the sets that are very relevant to PvP will have PvP-centric sets. And they are expensive on the auction house, trust me. Myself, personally, for this guy, I would either put Red Fortune or Reactive Defense, depending upon certain things that I already know. But you can look at the sets and make that determination. Red Fortune does resistance, smashing, lethal, mes resist. See, that might not be so good because I've already got smashing and lethal, but it'll buff it up a little bit more. Third set, resistance to fire and cold. Hey, that's nice. And another 2.5 mes. That's great. Now, those don't rule of 5 because they're different from the one above. That's smashing lethal mes. This is fire cold mes. So that's a little different. That can be confusing. And number 4 is a damage buff, so you do 2% more damage to all your damaging powers. And if you go 5 slot, you get a 5% recharge time, so that makes your recharge time faster on almost everything. There are a few things that does not affect. And then if you go full tilt and 6 it, Then you get defense against range, defense against energy, and defense against negative. Let's look at Luck of the Gambler. We'll look at the 450s really close. 10% regen. You get a little hit point buff. You get accuracy enhancement. Wow. It's good for scrappers because you want to hit. Tanks, you don't care about hitting so much because you're the meat shield. 5, more resistance, smashing lethal, mez. Resistance, toxic psionic, that's a big one, but most people just don't 6-slot a defense armor power except for maybe one of them. And then at recharge time, which is awesome too. This one, there's so much stuff here that, again, if you're mostly going to use, unless you're building a pure PvP character, you're only going to use every other one. So you got regen, hit points, resist negative energy, or energy and negative, and mez resist. A damage buff, resistance to toxic, psychic, psionic, and mez. And then it's got the special that's plus res teleport, or resist teleport, and plus 5% resist all. And that's that bottom row where it says enhance, 5% resist all, 100% mez resist teleport, 20% chance. That hits when it's active. And if it's a toggle, it's always on, so it's always active, so it's always trying, it's always making those rolls every so often. Not always, but yeah. Reactive defense, you got a little 1.5% smash lethal, mez resist. That's the same as that one, right? Yep. So there, you could run into some trouble. And hit points, and so on and so forth. So, if we put recharge. And see, now it's really weird because those were 50s when I put 50s in. But when I change it to 30s, you have to go make it change. And I'll show you how to do that in a second. Where's DER? There we go. And now we're going to put straight D. And that one went at 50, but I can do slot all IOs maximum. And now it says, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. So now they're 50. So we won't go through the whole thing here. We'll do some 3-slot, and we'll get another mud pots at 12. Just so I can show you how some of this works. Rooted and crystal armor. So, stone skin. Now it takes defense or resist. But to show you this, we're going to do this. And recharge. Doesn't really matter what I'm picking, but we'll see. Now you can see it's got the active sets here. It tells you what they are and blah 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 like we're doing. So Earth's Embrace. Oh, it does resist instead, but I'm sure one of them will do. Yeah. Energy, oh, it's negative. It's not smashing lethal. So that might not work. What's Mud Pots? Oh, Mud Pots at damage toggle. Oh, and rooted crystal armor. I might not be able to exactly show that with what I had. And recharge. There we go. So let's see, let's try minerals. And we gotta do some other stuff and get to brimstone. Let's do just okay. There we go. Brimstone armor. Okay, cool. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mineral. Okay. There we go. Now, yeah. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 of red fortune. All 4 slotted, all with the same stuff. Brimstone is bloody hell. Let's try this just to see. Put. Yeah, it doesn't really matter what I'm putting in here because I'm not doing a full build, but yeah. And now we'll put not rooted. Earth's embrace. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so now we got those 2 in there. Now when we look at active set, because they're, see, this is smashing lethal, but the other ones are energy negative. So even though that's 1.5%, it's a different type of damage resistance. So yeah, well, and this, yeah, that's resistance. Yeah, they're all resistance. Okay. So, man, I'm trying to show how that. Let's take heavy mallet. Now we can take granite armor. Now we should be able to. Yep. Okay. So here it is. Finally got it. This will demonstrate the rule of 5. So now 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, it won't because I need 6. I can do it though. I know a way. View active set. So there they are. We might actually take these out so they don't. Now they shouldn't show up. Oh yeah, they will. Okay. I know how to do that though. Where's Earth's embrace? Doink. Doink. That'll clear it. And brimstone armor. Doink. Doink. Okay. So now I need to get a couple other things in here to get to level 35. So I can get to energy mastery, I think is what I pick. Oh man, might not. Shoot. Or something else that does. Stone might not have been good because it has 2 resistant ones and 1 defensive one. So how many? Fist. Oh shoot. 1 stone fist. There we go. Let's try. Tremor, hurl boulder, seismic smash. Let's see what we can do with these guys. If we got enough to take crushing impact. Oh, that's probably not. Stump mallet. Oop. Crushing impact. Tremor probably doesn't take that. Hurl boulder is yeah, ranged. Seismic smash. Okay, so there's a crushing impact. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I can take boxing and kick. I'll force it. There we go. Oh, kick. So now I should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, cool. Oh, I really don't have to slot that many because it'll show you. And let's, oh shoot, we're going to take all of these guys out just to clear the stuff so that, yeah, so that the sets, there's no active sets except for, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, this will show you the way. So, it doesn't really matter. We're just going to put the second one in there. We don't have to do any more than that. So this will showcase the rule of 5. Gosh, wow. Sorry. It took forever. Cap. They're all 2 slotted. They all have 1.5 resistance to smashing lethal. Oh, I could have done that with the other one. So yeah, we can do that too. And then it'll show you the last one. That's not getting counted. So the same thing if we put that rock armor on. Oh, where did I put rock armor? Number 1, rock armor. Oh, come on. And that had, yeah, 1.5 smashing lethal. So now there's 2. So see, I knew there was another way that it would work. So if I delete, if I put something else in here instead of those, like, because I'm feeling saucy, I'll put, oh, a hecatome in there. Oh, now you see I got the 4% recovery, but I still got 1 from this one. So I put some other, because you can't put hecatome again because it's unique. Haven't showed you guys that, but I'll just throw in whatever. It doesn't matter what I put in there, just for, and there we go. Now we only have the 5 from there. But that means if we want to, use these to get that 1.5%, because we really like those, then we have to do something else with some of these other ones and change out these crushing impacts. You gotta decide, because sometimes that just shows you that they can be from different set types. This is a damage set, the other ones are a defensive set, but the set bonus is exactly worded the same. 1.5 resistance to smashing lethal and 2.5% mes resist all. They both have that, and it wouldn't matter that it's in the second set. It could be in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 6th set. Once you hit that and it's duplicated a sixth time, it does not affect it. So you have to be cognizant of that, and that's what's nice about this, about mids, because it'll tell you right there. It'll say cap, and then you can go down and see which one's capping. It just makes it, that much easier to build. Let's... no, we don't want to save. Yes, I'm sure. So let's look at my one stone tank. That is... oh, good. Shoot. Orange... no, that's fire. Vanadite. Vanadite is my stone. It's under V. John. Ding dong. There she is. No, that's Seismic Glass Sentinel. What's my... oh my god. Wow. Where's my tune list? Good thing I have a spreadsheet. Man, I'm brain dead. Orange Crusher. Nope, that's fiery. Blazer Fist. No, it's in the hero side. Serendite. I got too many rock names. Because Vanadite's a type of rock. Serendite. There we go. Yeah, don't show me that again. It's all good. So, here's my build out for her. And I probably haven't changed a few things because I think I thought I respected her and redid this, because why do I have that in there? And some of this other stuff. This is silly. Yeah. But you can see that she has no capped and all the stuff is green and good to go. But she has a lot of sets. I mean, I did some crazy crap. It's probably because I think I respected her and put in... what the heck, man? Do I have 2 builds of her? Which I could have, and I just picked the one. No. Weird. Okay. And this is the right one. Cancel. Maybe I didn't put... okay. Well, whatever. I got teleport. Yeah. But I probably don't have... yeah, I got combat too. Got super jump. She's a weird build because yeah, it's some weird stuff. But yeah, I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a 5 slot. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got 6 slotted. A 5 slot. A 5 slot. That's because a couple of them only have 1 slot, like the super jump and the teleport and the combat teleport, and conserve power, because that should be an IO in there. Ding dong. Yeah. This here really crazy build. My most recent one. No, I want to save that, I guess, because I changed that stuff. Open. My farmer, Osedex. I used this build off of the forums. What happened? Oh. Open. That's right. I built it before I knew that she was the builder thing, so I got the farmer brute build. Because I built it out so I'd have it, and then, except that is actually these. changed a few things on it that yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much it. And it's really weird because a few things didn't get like tough. I only put this in to get the effect and have a little bit of the general usage of it, because some of the other stuff really helps out, like this thing and yeah, some of these other stuff. But see how Hasten's 2-slotted. And then, oh yeah, you can view totals, and you can see how, like, some of the stuff is way over the top, because most of the farm builds you want fire smashing almost maxed, and this one's capped, over capped. Yeah, I mean, she's just built like a brick, man. See, the haste is super high, so that comes back super fast, or not, you know. So it's always on uptime. It's perma hasten. Status, debuff resist. It's not a big deal. But when you look at it, see, it says recharges in 90 seconds. That's not exactly true because of some other stuff that happens in the background. It comes back at like right at 2 minutes, but it lasts for 2 minutes, 120 seconds. So it's on perma hasten. It's because some of the stuff in mids doesn't look at things exactly like it is in game, but it's close enough. Again, it might have to do with some of the things that aren't exactly right, but yeah. But that is the big build. And you can just see that there's some really weird stuff, like consume instead of doing a damage dealing thing. This is the way it was built, and that's because it wants that recharge at the 6th slot, so it's maximum uptime on hasten. And then when I hit that power, it still does a lot of damage, as you can see over here. Oh, wow, other button. You know, it's doing some major damage when it's not getting augmented at all. Its recharge and taunt placate are ED'd because of that, but hit the cap, but wanted it 6-slotted for the uptime on the recharge. Same with that, you know. Some of these others are really capped out, but it's to get the 6th slot, you know. Recharge again, 8.75, and it doesn't have anything capped, so it's built tough, man. I mean, you know, she just kicks butt and takes names. I mean, it's a great thing, and just shows you how you can build stuff. And I'll have to fix her. I just missing a slot somewhere and something. I did something, but yeah, I followed when I built it. I followed off the thing on Warlocks, spelled WARLAWK instead of like LOCK. Warlock is the username on the forums. Who has the build that I use? That's right here. My old farmer was my stone spines that I built for fun as I got a thought to build him, and I don't have that in the boxing. I just probably have a either nothing or whatever, because these are too expensive. But I built him because I thought of a purple prickly pear plant as a play on words, and then I made him stone and spines because stone crop sedums are kind of a succulent kind of thing too, and it's cactuses are hard, and you call them stone crops sometimes. And yeah, so I made purple prickly pear, and he's stone spines. And when I decided to try to use him to farm, and he wasn't too bad, but he only makes half of what my brute does. It takes him a little longer to do it too, and he's not fully kitted, or not fully tiered out on the notoriety. He does 4-8, but I don't do bosses or arch villains, because he just dies then. So and I could maybe tweak his build a little better, but he's fun to play with and other stuff too, so I just left him like that. I might have respected him and changed a few things from his initial build, but yeah, he's pretty fun. That's the other thing. If you're like, hey, this is my current build, you can go in and change stuff and save it to a different, category, because that's like, okay, one more before we go. That would be Nox Rhea. This was the other one I wanted to show because it's the crazy war shade. So I have 3 dwarf, human, and the Nova. I put it in the wrong spot. But this is the one that I got currently built. And this is the hybrid where it's using the powers that the human version have, and the dwarf is the tanker version. But here we'll go into Nova. We had the update, so stuff changed. So when he goes into Nova form, he only has 5 damage dealing powers, and that is Ebony and these 4 down here: Dark Nova Detonation, Dark Nova Emanation, Dark Nova Blast, and Dark Nova Bolt. The other stuff, he kind of gets turned off because he goes into the Nova form. But I get I still get the set bonuses because they're slotted. So some of the powers get turned off, but he goes into Dark Nova and can fly, and then he has the enhancements for that, but he's still getting set bonuses from Gravity Shield and so on and so forth, if I remember correctly. He still gets those, they're still active, but he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 power 6 slotted. Then 1, 5, a 3, a 4, a 2, a 2, and then the rest are all, because I don't use them. So I didn't put anything in, I didn't slot them. And then health is 2 slotted to give me the bonus stuff from those 2. Then the conversely, then the other form of him, I think I got it fully slotted. Where's Nox Dwarf? There he is. Hopefully I fixed it. I didn't put everything in, but I got the slots like I wanted it. I haven't taken time to build him out. But this is the tank version, so all of this stuff is active when he goes into the dwarf, the black dwarf form. And then again, these other things, I might move some stuff around when I see the set bonuses and stuff, but these will probably stay like that, because there's some damage dealing stuff in him, and then this one will stay 6 slotted, but some of these other ones might not, depending upon what kind of set bonuses I run. But all these other ones will be turned off when he goes into dwarf. Now when he gets out of dwarf, he'll be in human form, and then that'll be different, but I can swap builds and then go to the human form, and I don't think I built the human form out at all, but we can double check. Maybe I did, and I'm just misremembering. Okay, I kind of slotted him, but I'll probably change a few things because I want to put some 6 slots in somewhere, I'm sure. But yeah, since he doesn't have any of that extra colliding stuff, down here he's all Humy. He's kind of a hybrid, and he'll be like a wimpy damage dealer compared to the Nova form, and he won't be near as good as far as the dwarf form. And I don't think I took dwarf or Nova because I didn't want the extra stuff, and I took everything else I could. And then maybe, you don't get any epic power pool stuff because they're the veteran stuff, the VEATs, the veteran archetypes. So yeah, I haven't built him out, but it might stay like this. I might change a couple to get a 5th or 6th slot to something, but yeah. Yep. And that one in the Arachnos soldiers and widows. What did I change? Let me save. Okay. Open. And let's go. Where's Bristowilia? That's the soldier. Yep, she's built out. Because she's 50. So the Arachnos soldier either has a crab spider or Bane spider. So like I built 2 before I knew that I could do the swap thing with the power sets. So I built 2 whole different standalone characters, and I didn't have to do that. But yeah, they do some weird stuff because you get at a particular level, you have to pick whether you want the crab spider training or the Bane spider training. And see, this one's crab spider. They start off as the wolf spider stuff, and then when they hit like 20 or something like that, then you get the crab spider armor upgrade at 24, it looks like, and then or you go Bane spider. So yeah, and then the widows are the same way. Oh my God, who am I? Yeah, I can't think. Just look at my thing. Sears Andramus. Why could I not think of that? Fortunata, second one. That's the newest. So yeah, again, widow training or Fortunata training. Night widow training, I mean. Yeah, you can have standard widow, night widow, or Fortunata. But I guess you can technically have 3 as well. So yeah, it's a weird deal, man. There's just lots of crazy stuff you can get into it, however far you want to go. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Well, yep, I think I'll end that for the evening, and I'll upload it tomorrow before I jump on for some streaming. So, thank you very much. Y'all have a good evening and stay safe.